and your children are turned into mindless vassals who now they look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only...
But why? $22 million in 3 fucking hours! There is no nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. The real question is this: was all this legal? Absolutely fucking not. Neither go towards the feeding grounds at the edge of the ice, nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Dr. Ainley explained that even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back for the mountains. But why?
What's your dream? To go away.
To go away. That's great.
You guys want to drink? I don't understand why everybody has to be so judgmental. I understand why mom's judgmental. I think it's because she cares partially. And it's also partially because everyone else is looking at her like, hey, Cody's just a bum. Cody's this, Cody's that, Cody's this. Cody's me, bro. Let me be me.
Boom, boom, boom. Welcome back, everyone, to another wonderful day here in the markets. Hope you guys are doing well. Welcome back to MCG. And it's been a little bit for me as far as streaming goes. Had some things IRL, but good to be back on stream with you guys and running it back with the boys. We have a lot to go through today. Bitcoin price action, majors, a lot of big moves happening this week. So a lot of stuff happening on chain, some great setups, great projects. And I'll need you guys, I need your help, getting some of these projects as well. I'll be putting some comments out. I'll be reaching out to some teams, but going to need you guys' help as well to get them on the show. But outside of that, man, hope you guys are doing well. We got a lot to talk about. So here's the show kind of outline or agenda, if you will, for today. So we'll do our normal market update, right? We'll talk a little bit about majors at first. We'll start with Bitcoin. We'll do ETH, Solana, and then we'll continue to track some of the majors. But I have some new majors that I'm tracking as well, some stuff that came on the radar. So we'll take a look at some of that stuff at first. And then afterward, we'll get into some of the on-chain, some of the juicy stuff, the projects, the moves, because we see a few of these things happening. And I have some updates as well for you guys just around sort of positioning how I'm looking at markets, things of that nature. So um, we'll be talking a lot about all of that stuff. But that's the show outline for today. We'll kind of go through each, and then afterward, we actually have the guys, Josh and Dom. They're at Consensus right now in Miami, so they'll be joining us later today. Now, this could either be another stream entirely, or it could be them popping in as a guest and kind of transitioning to the coverage there at Consensus at the conference. So we'll keep an eye on we'll keep an eye on that. We'll have an update for you guys on how that will go. But again, welcome to the stream. Let's go ahead and jump in. Let's get started. So first off, let's start off with the formalities, guys. Get the word out. Like and retweet the stream. Let's all take a moment and do that here real quick. I'm actually gonna take a moment and do that right now for you guys. Yeah, so let's take a moment. Let's retweet the stream. Make sure we got that. All right. Now that now that all the formalities are in play, actually, I'm gonna let the TG know that we're live as well. Might as well, right? We are live. Might as well let the TG homies know that we're live and in the flesh. You know what? I might even get some of the group chats in here as well. Send this out to some of the TG group chats. Um just for that. But anywho, all right, guys. So let's jump right into it. Let's start with Bitcoin majors and the rest. If you guys can't hear me at any point, or mic starts going or whatever, just let me know. Top Fumbler, sup, bro? Welcome back. Tony, what the dog doing? You already know I'm going to talk about what the dog doing today. Coming up a little bit like 100% off the bottom and showing some signs. So we'll talk about that one as well. Welcome to the stream, Tony. Good to see you, Top Fumbler. So let's talk about Bitcoin here. And maybe I show the comments on stream so I can kind of keep up. I am a solo show today, so just to let you guys know, I'm fully solo here. So I'm doing all the engineering in the background. So bear with me. So starting with Bitcoin here, basically I put out a tweet just this week. It was maybe 2 days ago. But I basically said, hey, look, we're running into high time frame resistance. This 1 month FVG, we're running into it. At the time, Bitcoin was at 80K. We're basically at the same price. But it's very interesting, the spot that we're in right now, because you have a lot of the timeline that, basically they're bullish right now. A lot of people calling for a new bull market. I've even seen some calls for new all-time highs. What I want to do is I want the market to tell me, I want the market to rather prove to me that it's ready to pump, right? If it wants to pump, all right, go ahead, put in a 10% daily candle then, you know, come with it. If you really want to pump Bitcoin, why not come to me with a 10%, 20% pump on the day? Really show your stuff, and really let me know that this is what you want to do. But so far, if we go to some of these lower time frames, let's go to the 2 day, for example. We have broken out of this multi-month downtrend that we see here. We've broken out of it, but the bad thing is, or not the bad thing, but the thing to note is we've really just been kind of crawling and walking the price up real slow. Like I want to see Bitcoin do like an aggressive pump, right? Like I don't want to see this like slow crawl upwards, because what Bitcoin really thrives off of is impulsive price action. And we can even go back to, you know, I mean, as we can go back to even just last year in April, when last during the bottom of the market last year. If you look, you see price wasn't just walking up kind of like slowly. Price was bang, 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 right? Like it's really going up aggressively. And you can see that by the spreads here on these buy candles, right? Tells you who's in control of the market right there. The spreads on the buys. It tells you who's exactly control of the market. And so that's what I want to see. But what we're seeing now is this. Like no real control by the bulls. Yes, price is just kind of walking itself up, but nothing impulsive, nothing aggressive, like what's normal for Bitcoin. So that's why you see me on the timeline kind of erring on the side of caution. Yes, prices are going up. Yes, majors are pumping. Yes, on chain is going crazy, and we're going to enjoy that. What we're not going to do though is lose sight of where we are, right? We're going to take profits. We're going to make sure we're being diligent about that. We might not have to be as aggressive with the profit taking, depending on what you're trading and how you're trading it. But overall, if you're up, 500%, 300%, might as well take some profits, right? So again, just not losing sight of where we are. And people kind of use this time, when things are pumping, to then increase the leverage, increase the risk, and that's when you get caught and end up just giving all your money back to the market. So we're kind of coming to a key area here. So let's start high time frame. So um the monthly FVG there, we have our swing high, our swing low. We're basically in the middle of this huge range. So not really a place to make bets. Again, it's a place to say Bitcoin. If you want to do something, prove to me what you want to do. As we look lower time frames, like I mentioned earlier, we broke out of that downtrend. We're now pushing into resistance, getting deeper into the resistance there, and I'm looking for any signs of rejection right now on all of these high time frames, by the way. So on the weekly, even the 3-day, we can look at it on the 3-day as well. But we have a high, we have a lower high. And right now, I'm waiting to see, does Bitcoin make another lower high? Does it make it a lower high up here? Does it maybe breach the swing high? Does it go and actually make a marginally new high? Like what do I what do I want to see for Bitcoin? Because ultimately, an uptrend is a series of higher highs and higher lows. We got that over here. We have a low, we have a higher low, we have a higher low until the top, right? And then we had a high, and then we had a low, then we had a lower low, and then a lower low, and until we got the ultimate recent bottom there, the local bottom in February. And so now I'm trying to see, like, where exactly does Bitcoin want to go next? But it's going to be based on these kind of series of higher highs and higher lows. Kind of, I want to see, does Bitcoin make I would love for Bitcoin to make a higher low, perhaps somewhere here, like right, like I would love to see Bitcoin kind of hold this and go up. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think my base case has always been, you guys know, this 60K level here. That's my base case, sub 60K. Why do I say that? Let's go through that really quick. We've went through it a few times in the past, but I'll go through it one more time here. Let's look at Bitcoin on the daily. As you can see here, you have the liquidity heat map. And so with the liquidity heat map, it basically just shows you areas on the chart where liquidity is building up. And so shout out Trader Main, but he made a really good point. He basically said, price moves from liquidity to liquidity. And so it just ebbs and flows. And so right now, this green, not green, this yellow orange, I think it's orange, but some people would say yellow, but that area right there on the chart there, sub 60K, there's a lot of liquidity, as you can see, built up in this part of the chart, and that's confluent with my sub 60K level. And so that's a big part of my thesis. There's a lot of liquidity down there, that prices can reach for, and what price likes to do before it gets to this yellow, this orange area. They call it the point of control, the POC, the liquidity magnet, many different names for it. But Price like excuse me, price likes to trend toward this magnet, but before it does, it typically likes to go the opposite direction first. And so, we form this bottom here, and then price likes to, instead of reaching straight for that area, it likes to creep up to get longs involved and then complete flush out before it reverses. So that's ultimately what I think is going to happen. A lot of people are calling for like 55K, or I'm sorry, they're calling for 45K. Some people are calling for 40. I've even seen 35. I don't think we're getting that low. I don't think so. I think that when you look at the higher time frame, um, this between 53, 52.8, and let's call it 70K, this is a big demand zone. We literally spent most of 2024. If you guys remember, if you guys were here in 2024 with me, oh my goodness, that was brutal. That was absolutely brutal price action to endure right there. All year, we're just ranging here, ranging before finally breaking out. So this is a big area of demand for Bitcoin. And so the next place that I would think that Bitcoin would come down to would be this area here. Somewhere between 70 and 72K. That would be the first area I believe that Bitcoin would revisit. Um, but at most, again, base case here is going to sub 60K, reaching for all the liquidity that's down there at the with the liquidity magnet, and there that is shown there on the chart. So that's the reason for the bearish bias. I know I'm not the most bullish on the timeline right now, and it's honestly I feel out of place because I'm used to being a bull on the timeline, but right now I'm not a part of I'm not totally a part of that crowd. But I say this because something has changed. When you look at all of the other charts, something has changed. That's Bitcoin. Let's now look at ETH. So let's take the liquidity stuff off the screen here. Let's go to the 2 week. Um, ETH looks very strong here. It is running into, like Bitcoin, an area of resistance. But I'm noticing a lot of things happening with Ethereum. So um, you know, the protocols building on ETH, the narrative around ETH, such as things like privacy, um, AI agents, agentic transactions happening on ETH. There's just a narrative sort of building around Ethereum, and a lot of the privacy protocols, like Railgun, for example, they're one of the top. They're one of the top uh, revenue generating protocols in privacy, and they're both on ETH, right? So something to take note of there. I think the narrative wise, ETH is building up something strong. For now, though, from a technical point of view, from a purely TA standpoint, no vibes. Um, we're still not out of the downtrend, and I would say ETH is probably lagging most because Bitcoin broke out of the downtrend. Solana, technically, it has broken out of the downtrend, and we can see that if we were to draw a quick line here. I mean, not the most cleanest breakout as far as like going upward, but it's now going sideways, and that's one step toward bullish price action. So that's broken out. A lot of things have broken out of their downtrend hype. Of course, we've been monitoring that. ZEC, we've been monitoring that. There's a lot that have broken out of the downtrend as well. Even Monad is picking up steam. So ETH, I would say, of all of the alts that we watch, GM Ave, glad to see you in here, brother. Um, hope you're enjoying the stream here so far. But yeah, so ETH here hasn't broken out of the downtrend, so it is lagging. But I think there is a very, very clean narrative being built around ETH. It's just a matter of price catching up. And so, but again, running into resistance, we got a lot of work. We got a lot of work on higher time frames. We talked about that on Bitcoin. We need to see some sort of higher high, whether that's here, wherever we're going to see it, right? But first, I think it would be good for us to get a higher low. Like we got this low here. I would love to see us like, form a higher low somewhere at these levels. Um, so that way we can start to make, because an uptrend starts on the lower time frames and then builds up towards the high time frames, right? So for us to see an uptrend, we would have to see it on the 12-hour, for example, or on the daily before it shows up on the weekly. My problem is it's just kind of the prices are being sort of walked up right now, and they're not it's not clean price action in my opinion. It's not clean. Um but yeah, so ETH kind of lagging a little bit here. So we'll keep a note of that. Sol is actually looking very interesting though. This is the weekly chart on Solana. We've been monitoring Sol for a long time because we took a note of this 2 week SFP that's played out again. We're technically out of this downtrend, but we're still going sideways. We haven't actually started to really pump yet. But I feel like Solana of Bitcoin, ETH, and Sol of the top three, I think I'm most bullish on Solana right now. This Solana, if you look at it from a TA standpoint, the range there is very tight, very tight. We haven't even broken down from that area despite the market's best efforts. So you have that there, Solana. You have it sitting on the 0.786 area on the chart. We took note of the SFP, but also notice this. You guys might have seen that I tweeted this out just the other day. Let me increase the size so you guys can actually see it. But as you can see, basically 87% of the circulating supply of Sol is locked up, right? It's essentially in staking cooldowns. It's in institutions hold them like through DATs and treasury, corporate treasuries, and then other locked accounts like Solana, the Solana Foundation, ETFs, etc. So there's a lot of supply of Solana. Um, there's a lot of supply of Solana here that's locked up, and so that means once demand comes in, price will have to accommodate, and that will make Solana pretty explosive. And as you guys know, I love the supply shock, the imbalance between supply and demand, and for these bigger assets, and they carry a lot more weight, a lot more fundamentals behind them. I see a lot of people buying, Bitcoin, ETH, Solana, some of these major tokens before they actually venture out to like on-chain and buy what we buy, right? So I think when demand actually comes back in, we'll be in for a supply shock from that region. So that's the kind of high time frame view of Solana. When we look into the low time frame view, you also see some pretty interesting stuff here as well. Let me show you that here real quick. Okay, so we basically have this 2 day fair value gap right here was actually, it's kind of Solana is attempting to break through it, but again, we've been stuck in this very tight range. And until Solana can really make again a decisive move, right? If Solana can make a decisive move higher, would love to see that. Would love to see that. And then I'd look for a pullback and I'll try to get in at that region on like some perps or something like that before we actually continue higher. So that's what I'm looking at with Solana for now, though. It's still stuck in this range. And again, I'm in the business right now of putting the pressure on the market. I'm not going to put the pressure on myself and act like I have a crystal ball and try to predict where price is going to go in a day, in a week, or a month. I'm going to let the markets tell me and then operate off the information that's available to me. So, if the market says, "Hey, look, reject um, I'm going to reject Solana every time it's tapped this level." If that's what the market is telling me, then I'm just I'm just gonna let it do its thing. Every time Solana has gotten up to these levels, it's rejected every single time over the last, since February. Every time we've gotten to about $90, that's acted as a very hard rejection zone. And so what I'm going to do is not say, not I'm not gonna we're not gonna push up against it here and I say, "Hey guys, we're going to break it now," or "Here, we're going to break it now. Here, we're going to break it now," right? You see how redundant that sounds? What I'm going to do is instead, I'm going to again wait for the price action to do the talking and then act off the information that information that the market is giving me. So, yes, I'll wait until we get a complete breakout here of this $90 region. So I'll wait until we boom, boom. If that's pretty explosive, that's what I'll look to get back on. I'll look to get in on a retest of the a bullish retest of the $90 region. So yeah, I'll wait for that area to turn from resistance to support. But so far though, again, we haven't seen Solana break down despite the market's best efforts. Um, so let's look at some majors. So I got a couple majors that I'm going to talk to you guys about today. Abe, I'm looking for BTC to range here for a while. Massive liquidations are for buying, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the part of my sentiment that has shifted a lot, Abe, is it has been, "Oh man, we gotta wait until sub 60K." Like that's really the only thing for me. But now what I'm really looking for is I'm looking for Bitcoin to make that higher low, right? I'm looking for it to make that higher low. If we can range here, you're right. That will be very good for markets. It'll instill confidence. A lot of these on-chain tokens will run, our memes will pump, our utility bags will pump, our DeFi experiment bags will pump, right? So I'm really looking. I would love for Bitcoin to range here. I would love for it to range. For example, we've seen us. This was a range for Bitcoin for a while, right? The 71K area, and then between 71K and sort of this region here. So Bitcoin was also in a pretty tight range, and we saw it kind of like deviate a little bit to the upside, deviate to the downside, deviate to the upside again. But now it's like it's breaking out fully. What I would like to see is Bitcoin come down here, right? And bullish retest on the top side of that range and then continue on. That's what I would love to see. But you know, I don't want to be too blindly bullish. I want to still take the data into consideration, especially with the liquidity heat map. So yeah, definitely, Ave, would love to see BTC range. If it does, a lot of things will go crazy. The first will be Fartcoin. So I've kind of been telling you guys, you've been seeing me on the timeline, basically saying, "Hey, look, we're pushing up against resistance on a lot of things." And I'll say the same thing over and over and over again until I'm blue in the face. But I want the market to prove to me that it's ready to pump. I don't want to be the one going off on a limb. And every single time we reach resistance, I'm bullish. Every single time I'm bullish. I'm bullish. I'm bullish. I don't want to be bullish here, bullish here, bullish here, bullish here, because I would have gotten clapped every single time. Again, we've gotten the first break above. Maybe it pushes a little higher into this resistance and then bang, we test some of these lower levels before going higher. And I want to see the retest so we turn resistance into support. And so that's what you're going to see across the board, across a lot of these things that we talk about. Uh, Across a lot of the things that we talk about here. A lot of things will break above resistance. I want to see it back test so that way I know that the market is ready to keep going higher. So that's that. I think the perp setups here, like this, if this is the Bitcoin pullback today, if this is the start of the pullback, then absolutely would love to see Bitcoin sort of um, range. And as it like on these dips, that will be perfect entries for a lot of these perps for a lot of these perp setups. All right, so so that's Fartcoin. Um, Again, still have some resistance to work through. Bulls still have some work to do, but I think Fartcoin, ironically, is probably one of the better charts outside of stuff like you know Zek, Pengu, Ton. These are some of the new ones we've been monitoring. Those are actually looking pretty good. Um, Met is actually looking really good as well. This is like one of the charts where I was telling you guys, hey, look, we just broke out of the downtrend. It might not be an explosive breakout, but it is one step closer. It is one step closer to an uptrend. And so as you see, like the narrative around, let's say something like Pump Fund or something like that, or I would even say the narrative just around tokenization. A lot of the infrastructure is built on Meteora tech, and a lot of that value will come back to Meteora as well. And we've even seen, I think Soju even put out an article here. Um, was it today? I believe just a few hours ago. Soju put out an article, just talking a little bit about Met the token and how they'll accrue value. Um, and here's the thesis here. So Soju says bull thesis for Meteora. Um, so it says a token represents Meteora and its family of on-chain programs. Um, Meteora dynamic liquidity for spot AMM. Meteora is an extremely powerful protocol. Um, it possesses bonding curves, lending yield, trading fees, market makers, DLMM. And we've talked about some of this stuff already. So we've seen like a lot of the, kind of innovative things that Meteor has been doing from a trading perspective. So there's that. Obviously, ICM was built on top of Meteora. They have things like Bedrock, MetaDAO is built on top of Meteora. So we see a lot of things. Tokenization. This is the part for me that kind of speaks to the upside of the Met token. Um, he says a million and one teams are doing it, but no one really asks what's after tokenization. How do we leverage the permissionless nature of tokenization to the max? That's where Meteora comes in. Meteora has critically played the role of the liquidity layer for tokenization, largely in part thanks to its dynamic technology powering the team and its powerful ecosystem nurturing efforts across the eco. When I think of tokenization, it's difficult to pick what assets will win, and it's also difficult to pick who in that vertical. So I like to just think Met. So he talked numbers as well. Obviously, they made a few million in Q1. They're pulling around almost 4 million, just 1.6 million in April alone. So that represents about 20 to 44 million when you think of annualized revenue in 2026. Meteora floats around 30%, 30.58%, which is 49.8 million in market cap. As of which is, obviously the price has changed. It's now like 17 cents or so, just a little bit above. But he kind of goes through this entire thesis around the Met token. But for me, the liquidity layer for tokenization, that is the bull case for Meteora. And look at that, man. Shout out MCG Live, man. Shout out MCG Live. But definitely shout out Bedrock, ICM.Run, the Meteor ecosystem, and Vesper as well. An absolute legend, an absolute GOAT. But yeah, so that's kind of the bull case there for the Met token. And right now it's still sitting under 100 mil market cap. So when you talk about, what's something that we can, easily just kind of DCA and pick up, whether Bitcoin goes up, whether it goes down to sub 60K or whatever. This Met chart has been beaten down so much already. I think this is one that we can just accumulate for a few months, and then we'll probably reap the benefits of that, as things start to kick off. And there's a second part of that thesis as well, as far as who will be doing the buying of these assets. And I want to talk a little bit about that a little later. So that's Met. Let's look into hype real quick. Let's do a quick check in. We did talk about on stream um, like a week ago or so about this 3-day SFP at the time I believe it wasn't closed yet, but it did officially close, and now we're heading into now it looks like we're headed higher. Now we are headed into this resistance area. I think this is probably one of the first kind of major areas of resistance um for hype. So something to keep in mind. But I think hype will continue to outperform the market. I think it has, probably the most I wanna say, like, because Met has some pretty good potential when you think about tokenization and how we've seen a lot of, protocols migrate over to Solana. We see a lot of people acknowledging that Solana is the place to be. Um, and so, yeah, I mean, Met has a pretty big potential for being the liquidity layer for tokenization. But I think Hype also has that global potential, right? It has that global adoption potential where anyone could come to Hyperliquid and essentially want to, trade perps, oil, other commodities, metals, TradFi assets, crypto assets, or what have you. So, and I think they're also like incorporating prediction markets and a few other things as well in there. So there's a lot going on there for Hyperliquid. So I think that's why the price action has been so strong. Um, Zek, let's move on to Zek here. Zek is one that we've been tracking for quite some time, and Zek is doing absolutely phenomenal. I believe the price also pumped a lot because someone announced that they were accumulating Zek, and I forget who exactly that was. Um, let me think about that. I forget who was it Multicoin Capital? Chat, maybe you guys let me know. But there was somebody that was accumulating ZEC, and it, kind of word got out about that. So, ZEC, in addition to the rumors that have been circling around that early Bitcoin buyers have also been accumulating ZEC. That's kind of why I brought this to our attention back down here at 225 or so, because a lot of those rumors there were kind of circulating. So when it kind of broke through this area down here at 220, I'm like, okay, this is actually looks like it's ready to outperform. It pulled back, and now we're just going for higher. So um glad that we talked about that. We've been kind of walking the dog up, so to speak, on this one. Top fumbler, yeah, Multicoin. Okay, yeah, Multicoin was involved in this, so I think there was some outrageous number that they put into this, that they had in an annual in some sort of report. By the way, quick thing on Hyperliquid as well, because it had its global 0 to 1 moment. And so just kind of looking back and looking at the stats, I wanted to share some things here just in case you guys didn't see it. But I think fair competition for Hyperliquid is going to be Robinhood. And notice the stats here for Q1. Total revenue, um, for Robinhood was 1.08 billion, and we're at just about a quarter of that, almost, for Hyperliquid, about 215 million, call it. Um, and notice what Shonda Devins here said. Clear cyclical downtrend in crypto trading. Robinhood crypto revenue fell 134 million, minus 40% quarter over quarter. Hyperliquid, same thing, minus 30% quarter over quarter. Still, Hyperliquid's crypto revenue was higher than Robinhood's crypto line, while its RWA revenue grew 454% quarter over quarter. Users also grew about 30% quarter over quarter, to 1.19 million, versus Robinhood funded customers up roughly 1.5%. Hype's discount to TradFi comps has largely been a cyclicality discount on crypto linked cash flows. So as you can see here, And also he said at 192 million of Q1 protocol income versus Robinhood's 346 million of net income, Hype looks incredibly cheap at 9.5 billion circulating market cap against Hood's 74 billion. So something there to say that Hyperliquid is eating away at the competition. They are eating away at the market share, and the numbers show that. So I definitely wanted to cover that real quick there on Hyperliquid because again, it's eating away at the market share. It's the users are growing, the available assets are growing. So yeah, there's just a lot there that you can be made aware of. Or rather a lot there to take into account when it comes to looking at Hyperliquid, and that to me justifies this strong price action. A lot of people are long-term believers in Hype. So that's Hyperliquid. We talked a little bit about ZEC. Quick plan on ZEC here. So we broke out of the multi-month downtrend. We have now reached the 2-week swing high here on ZEC, and we're closing in. All-time high is how far away here? Let's take a look. Man, 32%. Top fumbler ran it through Grok, and that is tough. Good tech. Yeah, absolutely good tech. Absolutely good tech. So Zcash here, 32% away from all-time high. We're now going after the swing highs. I think this is another kind of major area of resistance for Zcash. So I mean, look, this is off the bottom. This is up 235% off the stone cold bottom, you know. Again, Bitcoin is going into resistance. We've seen a lot of these assets pump. The more green candles we have, the closer to a pullback we are, right? Things can't go up in a straight line. And something else to make note of here was the SMA. I don't use the SMAs a lot, but on certain charts, I like to take them into consideration. Like for example, Zcash. Just look and just being very simple with this, is the price above or below the moving average, right? We've spent a large part of the tail end of 2025 above this trend line, and then bang, we went back below it. We try to breach above, we went back below, and ever since in January we broke below the 50 MA, we haven't been able to get back above it confidently until that breakout, that multi-month breakout that we just talked about right there on Zcash. And so after this multi-month breakout, we kind of held this line, formed an SFP there. We can delete that. And then we pull back, we tested this, and bang, we just been up only and bouncing off of this. So I just like to take a note of the interaction that the price has with some of these charts. It's not something I do to every chart, but if it does have some sort of significance due to its interaction with price, I'll take it. So as you can see, we're running into an area of resistance. Likely this line will kind of do something like this, right? And so do we see price like if Bitcoin pulls back, do we see price kind of pull back a little bit into this line? And is there a long setup there somewhere? Let's see. We'll have to wait and find out. But for now, we stick to kind of higher time frames. We got through this. And actually, here's a setup that was really nice here. So we got through this these order blocks here. So let's just do that. That's the 2-day. And let's do this here. Boom. And this was also a setup that I wanted to monitor a little bit here. So bang. And we can take this, we can take the 50 SMA away. So yeah, so we have the swing high. We have we're kind of slowing down a little bit. We're seeing some selling, some consolidation here at the highs. So we could keep going, but again, not everything goes up in a straight line. We're already up over 200% off the lows. So if this is a place to pull back, perhaps it does. Maybe we'll have to see it better on the daily, but there's some fair value gaps to look out for. Like if this fair value gap on the 3 day holds up, maybe we look for something here, right? Maybe we look for price to come down here and retest the fair value gap, and maybe we look for a setup there. So there's a few pullback scenarios, but the most optimal one, in my opinion, would be a pullback all the way down here. And as you can see on the 2 day, if we were to just do the fibs real quick, this will be like literally the perfect area for a long. This will be the perfect area for a long here. That area right there. So let's see. Yo, chill, check Costanza. Okay, bet. We'll check that out. Chat, if there's anything else you guys want me to check out, just let me know. We'll go through that here after we finish the macro segment, allow some people to get in and enjoy the show. So that's the setup there on ZEC. Again, a lot of things in Bitcoin majors wise that are kind of running into resistance after a large pump. And so we want to take that into consideration. And we also want to kind of create a plan for, okay, if it does pull back, where could it potentially pull back to? Where are some places we'd be looking to get involved? And as far as a long is concerned, somewhere, pull back to the FVG, or even a pullback to sub $400 on ZEC would be a nice pullback. But it's actually been showing a lot of strength since breaking out. It's only went down. Let's see, what's this? It went down 30% there, went down 25% there. So maybe we go down from the highs, maybe 25, 30%. If we go 30%, that's just beyond the FVG there. But maybe we just do a shallow pullback into the FVG, um, and and call it a day. But meanwhile, ZEC looking absolutely, absolutely phenomenal. What do you think is the driver behind the PA on ZEC? So a couple things there, Crypto Jones. Number one, Bitcoin OGs started buying Zcash because of the whole quantum computing narrative um, with Bitcoin. So that's why it's also catching a bid. And here as well, we heard that back here actually. So that's where we started to hear this. But then also, I think recently, like right here, is where Multicoin Capital announced that they were taking a position essentially in ZEC, or they have taken one. I think it's in the upwards of millions. Maybe I ask Grok here. Um, maybe I ask Grok, how much did Multicoin Capital invest? How much did Multicoin invest in ZEC? So let me I can ask that, and we can check back on that a little later. But that's the driver of price, in my opinion. And then the third thing too is Crypto Jones. It's privacy, right? Privacy has been a pretty huge narrative. For a while now. So privacy, and then that whole narrative, I think, is a great driver of price here on ZEC. So that's your three drivers of price action: multi-coin capital, Bitcoin OGs, and then the narrative itself. So a couple new ones that we're monitoring here. Pengu. Pengu actually has been looking pretty good. Pretty good here off of the lows. Let me see here. Let's see how much it went up. About 121% off the lows. That's pretty good considering it's such a big market cap token. So Pengu here, same thing. Just looking for a pullback. I would love to see maybe a pullback into sort of this area here. Would love to see a pullback there. So if we can pull back to that region, we can try to eye something right there. Again, things are pumping. Things have broken through resistance. So I also want to get a sense of, is it how good is this resistance? Is it, will this the retest, will that work well? And that's what I'm focused on. I'm focusing my entries on the retest and not like longing up here from. And again, this is all for perps. It's all for perps. So that's Pengu. And as you can see, Pengu, Fartcoin, and let's look at Dogecoin since that's also a meme coin. Dogecoin actually kind of broke above a little bit there with its price action, but I would say of all of the memes, this one looks the weakest. Let's see how much off the bottom it's pumped. Pumped almost 50% off the bottom. Not bad, but not the best that we've seen either. And maybe we look for it to kind of stay above this this green line here, so that we can confirm continuation. But honestly, not the strongest chart out there. But I went to Doge because you see Fartcoin pumping, breaking through resistance. Pengu pumping 100%, 20% plus off, 120% plus off the lows. Dogecoin, pretty big market cap, but almost 50% up off the lows. So I say all of that to say you can see the market is interested in meme coins. I don't think meme coins will ever go away. Meme coins will always be a thing, and they'll be the best way to create value, or not create value, but to build a portfolio. There's just no other asset that can generate wealth like meme coin assets do. And it is an asset, by the way, that's recognized by the SEC. So keep that part in mind as well. So that's why I wanted to point that out briefly. Man, dude, Ton is looking absolutely perfect. Look at Ton, man. So we look on the weekly, and maybe we take this FVG away. Alrighty, so Ton is another one pushing into resistance. It's broken out of a key level. I mean, this is a key level that it broke out of, but I doubt we even get all the way back down here. For Ton, I'm actually looking for a pullback here. Actually, let me go to a lower time frame so you guys can see that properly. But here's where I'm looking at. Here's what I'm looking at for Ton. We're actually bang up like this is another one that's gone absolutely nuts. Yeah, 160% almost. But I don't think this will get all the way back down to like $1.50 or below. So what I'm looking for is there is this weekly order block right here that could act as like a bullish breaker, and it could end up retesting. The price could end up retesting this area. And let me make sure that's on the right time frames. Perfect. And I'll just mark this down as a 1 week FEG. So notice a little bit of confluence here. So we have this FVG on the daily that's formed, on the fibs. So let's pay attention to the 185 level. So when I'm again going into resistance, looking for where we can get involved on pullbacks on strong altcoins. And this would be where, in my opinion, we've broken above a key level. The best place to retest would be the weekly order block, right? That has acted as resistance and capped price for a few months. So what I would look for is for price to essentially come back down, trade within this or fair value gap, and look for some sort of long setup right there. And this would be the best place to look for it. Why? Because this range here from low to high, your 50% is 207. So you're basically trading in the lower half of the range. They call that the discount. Shout out Trader Main. But this is the best place to look for longs on pullbacks. It would be below the 50% line. And then two, from a fib standpoint, you also have the golden pocket here and the 0.786, two key levels on the fibs that I like to use for entries. And that's confluent with both the order block on the weekly and the FVG on the daily. So this would be the best place for this thing to bounce. And if it does come back into this region, I'm definitely a bull there, and I'll be longing that. So that's Ton, and I think that's it for all the majors. I think there's some others that we can keep in mind. If we go to the weekly chart here, the last time we talked about tech, not tech, lol. The last time we talked about Tau, I drew out this circle here, and I basically said, "Hey, is this basically going to be Tano a scam wick to stomp out shorts?" I don't think so. I don't think so, Crypto Jones. I don't think so. I think this is a genuine pump here. Um, Here's the thesis that I kind of heard. Durab, the CEO of Telegram, he's never really publicly supported the token like that. And this is just going off of what I've heard. I haven't like looked into this myself, so take it with a grain of salt. But now he's basically like bull posting, and that's what you need. You need that KOL, that CZ type figure, that SBF type figure to champion for your token, and that's going to attract eyes, that's going to attract buyers, that's going to attract a lot of that's going to help the narrative to form around the token. And so I think that's what's happening here for Ton. You have the CEO of Telegram coming out supporting it, saying that the blockchain is one of the better ones out there as far as finality and cost and all these other things. And so, there is some momentum here happening with Ton. So we want to be mindful of that momentum, but also be mindful of this resistance here, and know that any of these pullbacks are likely pullbacks we want to get involved in. So yeah, so this looks good here. Ton looks absolutely good here. And if we go on to lower time frames, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah. Yeah. So that would be literally, 185 would be the best place for around 185-ish is about the best place for a long here if the market gives a pullback. Cool. Spawn looking good. Yes, it has been, Ave. It has been. We're gonna go through a lot of these on-chain tickers that have been doing really well. Crypto Jones, apparently Ton is one of my few majors that actually makes money. Yeah, bro. Ton has been like literally chatting this entire time. But yeah, going back to Tau real quick. This breakout and retest. Basically, that's what I told you guys. I wonder if this is going to be a breakout and retest. And it honestly was. I did not get in on this. It was just a line that I drew. Bang, it braked out. It pulled back straight to the diagonal, and now it's found that as a perfect level to bounce off of. So that's why we called it out on the last stream. So I'm just bringing it up to say that it was indeed a retest. Looks like some other things are coming up as well with the privacy narrative. So we have Dash. AI is also bringing up Near Protocol. I've even heard like Render as well is also kind of starting to push up a little bit. So some of these things still have some work to do, but a lot of work already done for a lot of these assets. So that's majors. That's majors. Pretty much everything that we're watching. Monad still looking good. We talked about our memes, Ton, Zek, Hype, Met, and Fartcoin. So yeah, a lot of these things are looking really good. Let's see what else. What else can we look into? So let me just share one or two brief things with you. I wanted to ask you guys also while I pull this up, what are you guys thinking about Printer? I got I got hurt a little bit with the pullback in the entire ecosystem and basically most of the eco kind of trending towards zero except for triple O. But let me know, what do you guys think? Are you still in the ecosystem? Are you still kind of trading there? Um, let me know. Let me know what you guys are doing. Let me know what you guys are doing. Okay, so let's move on chain here. Let's see. Let's see. Dexter, Pay Eye, Dreams, all caught big pumps. What do you make of them? Yes, that's actually the next thing I wanted to share with you guys. Basically, I'd put out a post on this as well. So maybe I share my post. There are a couple links there that we can reference. I'll pull that up here in a sec. Um, let's see. Here we go. Yeah, so what's the FUD behind the pullback in the printer eco? Okay, so basically the FUD was that the belief token, the main token of the platform, was bundled. The belief token essentially crashed, cratered to zero. Um, and then the CEO apparently he pushed or gave in his mind, he said, I was not endorsing the token by, talking about the account. He didn't even talk about the token. He just talked about or quote tweeted the account or something like that. But just kind of shedding some positive light on the tech because he thought the tech was good apparently. And so people said that he was shilling the token. The token then rugged, and so people blamed him for all of that, which I don't think is completely fair. But that's essentially the FUD. So the entire ecosystem, went to zero. Belief went all the way down, but this token OOO has actually been like going crazy. Um, let me pull that up for you because I want to check to see how the chart is doing. Crypto Jones. It felt like it was a curated launch, in my opinion. Absolutely, 100%, 100%. And honestly, like I wish that they wouldn't do that. I mean, I get the reason why they probably wanted one of the launches to they wanted the launches to do well, and so they wanted to take control, and that kind of goes back to like one of my other I literally posted a video was posted on the MCG Alpha account that basically said I talked about the bundling of tokens, and I basically said the bundling of tokens, it isn't bad. It's just a matter of who's holding the tokens because really it's supply control. That's all that is. And with proper supply control, if people don't sell, if people don't want to scam and don't want to sell tokens for to make McDonald's money, um, if they don't do that, then these tokens will likely go higher. But if they do, then obviously all these tokens will eventually at some point go to zero as these bundlers, kind of exit. And so yeah, and here's the OOO token, by the way. Yeah, so there's the new token. That's what it is. That's it kind of was doing really well, but this is obviously a market maker is involved in this. I don't think that it's organic. And so I'm not even like considering OOO when I'm looking at the printer eco. I literally just come to this tab to see if any of these charts have pumped. And so far, none of them have. Um, looks like Billy is up 180%. I mean, it came up from 15K. Like it's 15K market cap. It's really not even any of those can do 100%, in a day. Who am I kidding? But yeah, I basically come to this and I look at it and I'm like, all right, are any of these tokens worth looking at? No. All right, moving on. That's basically how I've been approaching the printer eco. I think it's a really important thing that they were trying to do, but I just don't think it was well executed, unfortunately. Um, Ave, yeah, bro, the whole printer eco, this was a shame. Patapim should have been to 8 mil. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's look at a pat. So this is Patapim. This is the Patapim chart here. This was doing really good for a time. Really, really good for a time. But here's what Patapim should have been. Triple T. You seen this one? Have you seen this one, Ave? Have you seen this one? Triple T. This was essentially kind of the anchor for the narrative, for the Patapim narrative. It was kind of similar, but obviously this chart is doing something much different than that other chart. And shout out to Cryptic on this one as well. Cryptic, he's been very adamant about this, about Triple T. He's been in it and very consistent. And even here at Triple T gave you many, many chances, many, many, many chances. You had a chance here. You had a chance here, here, all basically 3 mil and below. You even had a chance to accumulate a lot here. And, unfortunately, um, unfortunately, yeah, like I didn't take the bid. I didn't take the opportunity. But Cryptic, he was very on the money and he's been very consistent about this. So glad to see the homie win because now it's going into full on vertical price action mode. So yeah, Patapim was such a great beta. Yeah, it absolutely was. Absolutely was to something like this. Um, Crypto Jones, can it be saved? It can be, but it will take time. It will take time. I think the mechanics, the incentives that are aligned, the multi-chain nature, like all of that is good. All of that is good. All we need now is for um the ecosystem to get volume again. They did it once, maybe they can do it again, but now they're doing it from behind. They're now behind the eight ball from a trust perspective. Like they've lost trust. So you have to regain that. That's typically pretty hard once it's lost. But yes, they do have a chance to save it. But I'm not getting involved in the eco. Like I'm sidelined until I see natural runners, not market maker runners, not market maker runners, natural runners um good narratives. And that's not to say that this isn't a good narrative. This is some meme that's based on something. I think Bybit and stuff like that has been soft shilling it. Yes, I get that, which makes me think it's a market maked token. But I want organic price action. That's what I want. So yeah. Anything else you guys want me to take a look at? I'm lowering the desk real quick. I'm lowering my desk because I've been standing for the last couple of hours, just like preparing for the stream. Alrighty, the desk is officially down. So let's look into some other stuff here, guys. There's a lot of things. So overall, here's what I'm focused on this market. I've kind of told you guys about that a little bit yesterday on the timeline. I basically said, look, when it comes to the current market, I'm mostly focused on meme coins. So maybe I should go over to this tab first. I'm mostly focused on meme coins. Meme coins right now, many of them they've been down only. Many of them have taken a, minus 80, minus 90% drawdown. They've been beaten down, but with that kind of drawdown and with that sort of accumulation that's happened with some of these assets as well, that means that a lot of times the distribution is healthy. There's not a bunch of like underwater bag holders. Like it's people that's been accumulating there. It's good holder demographics. And that's something that can be exemplified and seen in what the dog doing. I called this out on in the TG down here at 1.6 mil yesterday because I was like, this price action looks like it's pretty explosive. In fact, let's zoom in a little bit to the 2 hour and we can kind of take a look. I was looking at this on lower time frames. I'm just like, man, this thing, like, it doesn't want to go lower. It doesn't want to go lower. So it's made a couple higher lows. And when you see, how it was before, rejected all the way down, rejected, heavy pullback, rejected, heavy pullback, rejected, heavy pullback, rejected, heavy pullback. We finally broke out. We finally broke out of the range here. So I think it's time for what the dog doing to come back and see the light of day. So very focused here on meme coins. What the dog doing is definitely one of them. Let's see here. Let's come back out again. Let's look at I hate that I have to say this, but I'll just say test. How about that? How about that? Instead of mentioning the full ticker, just want to keep it kind of PG here for the stream. But anywho, um, coming down to this level, you guys know that I've been testing out this new strategy on chain that I call the like that I call the bid zones, what I use for entries, but it's centered around this pivot point on the chart. So if we were to zoom in on this chart, we basically see that on a high time frame. So here are the rules for the pivot entry strategy. Um, Number one, explosive price action. You can see that here. Test went from 2.6 million to 10 million in basically like a couple, like 2 weeks or something like that. So explosive price action. What I want to do is I want to look at the explosive price action and I want to go back to the last candle, the last red candle, the last down candle before the explosive move higher, right? So that's what I've been looking for. The last red candle before an explosive move higher. And I would mark out that zone, and that would be the bid zone. That would be the bid zone. So that's the pivot strategy. You look for explosive price action. And let me actually I got to do some clipping as well on the stream, guys. Again, I'm engineering by myself today. So I just want to make sure that we get some of these clips. So you're seeing clipping chill active here. But yeah, that's the pivot entry strategy. So you go for the last red candle before explosive price action upwards. You draw out a box going all the way to the right, and then you look for when price revisits that zone. That typically is a great entry. Let me tell you about where I first discovered this. We actually just talked about this token, what the dog doing. You go, number one rule, you have to go on higher time frames, high enough to where it gives you context, um, and but low enough to where it's not just like one straight line, right? Like every chart is going to be a little bit different in this regard. But we even saw it with what the dog doing. I think it even a little better here on the 12-hour. I'm sorry, on the daily actually. So down candle before the explosive move, right? And as you can see here, when the chart was all the way over here, when we were going up, we actually tagged this entry here on stream. We tagged that entry on stream. And so that was a part of this pivot entry strategy. You look for the last down candle before the up move. And then when price revisits that level, you typically can use that as an entry, and then bang. In this case, was a move 231%. Nice little swing there. So that's a strategy that I've been kind of flirting around with a little bit on chain, and it's actually really helped me to time some great entries. Another one it really worked out on was Fat Joy when the ecosystem was pulling up. That one actually went right back into my zone. Maxing looks really good here. I've been seeing that called out a lot. That's another one that's it's had several of these like minus 80% drawdowns. Look at that. 70%. It's actually had a lot of more 70%. So, here first we had minus almost 80%. Here, minus almost minus just above 70%. here minus almost 70%. Again, just all goes to show that we've had all these drawdowns on some of these memes, and it leads to great distribution. It leads to um great holder demographics. And this is another one that did really well with the pivot entry strategy. So again, right here on a high time frame, we'll look on the daily. We see the daily here. We see the daily here. This is the last red candle before a move higher. And sometimes it's just about knowing which one it is to bid, because you could have easily also hit this one as well. But it's essentially the same thing. I think when you go the further you go back, I think the more credible it is, and the higher the time frame, the more credible the strategy is. But yeah, even here, the confluence between the two is right here. The confluence between the two is right here. Bang, entry, entry, entry. And the first time that was almost a 2x. The second time, 150%. The third time, over 200%, right? Like and even to the most recent high, from this latest low that we had to the most recent high, almost 250%. So as you can see, there's some sort of credibility here to this pivot strategy. But yeah, these are some of the memes that I'm watching. We talked about triple T. I'm also watching 6-7. Chill, you following peptides? I was. I'm kind of debating getting back in. We'll see, and I'll talk through some of the stuff that I'm looking at. Crypto Jones, are you still DLMMing lately? I was DLMMing in What the Dog Doing, ended up pulling out on a small pump for break even. Yeah, I haven't been DLMMing. I'll be honest, guys. I'll be honest real quick. I'll level with you guys here. I lost a family member recently, and it's hit like freaking ton of bricks. Um, and so I've been super just it's been tough to kind of stay attached to the markets as much as I usually am, and it's tough to trade the way I usually want to trade, because trading is a mental game. But if your mental is already sort of if your mental is already kind of taking a hit, it just gets kind of hard. So yeah, that's why I've been off stream here, um but yeah, so that's why I haven't really been like DLMMing or anything like that lately. Just been trying to do the best that I can to keep up with whatever the markets are doing. So let's move on to the next meme. 6-7. I've been noticing this 6-7 meme is starting to come back a little bit. It's again another one that's huge drawdown. This is probably like a minus 90% drawdown here. Yeah, minus 96% drawdown here on 6-7. And so it's starting to kind of peak above this zone that it hasn't been able to peak above since February. So I think it's making a pretty important move here. So I want to keep an eye on it, see if it pulls back, see if I can get an entry, see if we can get in. Thanks, Crypto Jones. Appreciate you, brother. But yeah, so that's 6-7. So that's a few that I'm keeping an eye on. Obviously, we've talked about Neat already. Neat is a slow mover. As you can see, I monitor it on the 3-day because the price action is pretty slow. Typically, people just buy and hold this one. They don't do much trading with it, which is a good thing in my opinion. Shows a really good community. Buttcoin is another one that's bouncing. This is again the pivot strategy, the pivot entry strategy here. High time frame, as you can see, 3-day. Last red candle before parabolic move. Typically, price will fall back into that move. It takes a while, obviously. Like this candle was put in back in January, but now we see it's now kind of come back, and it's now leaving this buy zone. But coin is actually looking pretty good. It's actually looking pretty good so far. Let's go down to some lower time frames. Let's see what's happening. Yeah, kind of looking like 6-7 a little bit. You have these like recent candles. These recent candles, big buy spreads, a lot of buying going on here recently on these. So but Buckcoin is another one. What else? What else? I think we've pretty much covered what I wanted to cover. Shout out to you, Ave. So I've also been monitoring the peptides narrative, and this has been kind of taking a while to play out here. Um, but the peptides, I think this is a meme. I don't think it's actually like a peptides project. I think this is more so a meme coin. But this one actually been kind of forming this falling wedge pattern. And then if we look at the fibs, it's probably at like the golden pocket or something on the fibs. Swing low to swing high. Yeah, yeah. 0.786 on the fib, showing some reaction there. So it checks a lot of the boxes for me. But just taking some time to play out on the chart is all. It's taking some time to play out there. What else? I think that's it. So very focused, very focused on meme coins. All right. Yes, very focused on meme coins. Why am I focused on meme coins here? Well, if you look over the past 8 to 10 months, when you look at the market, we've tried to do many things when it comes to utility, right? When it comes to equity backed, equity anchored, pseudo equity. We've seen, other things being tried. We saw Believe was tried. We saw Heavendex. They tried to do ICM. Bonk tried to do ICM. Even Pump Fund tried to do ICM. But still, a lot of these tokens just didn't stick, right? Like the effort was there, the idea was there, but the execution was just lacking. The market just didn't have an appetite for these types of tokens, so they're kind of staying where they are. And so that's why I'm more so pivoting to meme coins, simply because meme coins are simple, right? Like the volume is there, as you can see with charts like Bernie, for example, that had a recent massive pump. This is one that we DLM'd. But yeah, I mean, some of these things they have volume. They provide really good gains. They're good for capital building for a small portfolio. Um, and if you stick to not new pairs, I don't think it's a time for new pairs, but if you stick to established meme coins that are older, that you don't have to hold these for like, weeks on end, but I'll give you an example. Triple T. Triple T. If you bought Triple T at the beginning of May, you would have, you're up, you're sitting pretty, right? But the simplicity of meme coins is the attractiveness of it to the market. It's easy to launch, it's easy to wrap your head around from a thesis standpoint. It is just easier for the market to pick up and easier for the market to value. And obviously the interest is there. I've been even seeing some meme coins on Ethereum do really well, and it's ETH mainnet. Like not many people even trade there anymore. So the fact that we've been seeing some good price action on some of these, like for example, Asteroid, that's a pretty big one. As you can see here, Asteroid's a pretty big one. Went up like crazy. So that's why I'm focusing on memes. Um, Memes are simple. The market loves them. Traders love them. People like to buy them, and typically ends up, it typically ends up being a lot of opportunity for us. So right now, top 5 memes on my radar as far as a risk to reward standpoint. I'm kind of want to um, prioritize meme coins that are undervalued, beaten down. We have first, what the dog doing, breaking out of a range and coming back into our former buy zone, but obviously has a head full of steam. Most notably, dog coins typically do well. Go back to Doge, Floki, Whiff. bonk, etc. Dog memes tend to do well. Um, that's number one. I have my eyes on this peptides, like I was telling you guys, just not even from a meme standpoint, but peptides are pretty popular. But just from a technical standpoint, purely falling wedge, pull back down to the 0.786 on the fib, and still within the structure, and looks like it's ready to take a trip higher. Right, it looks like it's ready to do something like that. Um, and then we have 6-7. Again, kind of risk to reward. 6-7 went to, I believe, 67 million. Now let me stop. This went to, I think, I think this is 40 million, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think 40 million was the all-time high on this one. So the fact that it's just starting to come around, it's just from a technical standpoint, it's broken above a level it hasn't been above in a few months, and it looks like it has a head full of steam. Great distribution, bottomed out prices, and you're not waiting for a bunch of bag sellers to dump on your head. You're essentially just coming back out with new holders that have belief long term in the asset. And, now we're seeing the price kind of react. Enough supply has gone in the right hands. So that's what I'm looking at there. Two other memes I'm looking at would be America is back. If you remember MAGA, or MAGA, however you want to say it, Make America Great Again. That was a pretty viral meme that did numbers right when it first launched. Now he's rebranding his slogan, Trump is, to America is back. And we see what it's been doing here, forming a range. And when things consolidate for a while, they tend to, have a pretty powerful breakout. And so we're basically coming into this triple bottom action here. That's looks like what it's going to form. So hoping it does something like that, right? And we can actually have liftoff. This is probably going to be more dependent on Bitcoin price action, but keep in mind that with America is back, I guess he's coming out with the hats. There's like a full slogan rebranding and pushing. So the top KOL of the meme basically is going to be going full press here pretty soon. So that's what that looks like. That's one that I'm watching. And then the other big one is Elon, right? Trump has a lot of mimetic value. But Elon has a lot of mimetic value as well. Same thing here. Been forming a range for several weeks so far. Called this one out in the TG at around like somewhere around 950K market cap or something like that. But we've been watching this one for a while and went all the way up to almost 3 mil market cap. But it's since then kind of come down. It's sitting towards the bottom of the range at 1.1 mil. And this is the meme SpaceX that's based off of um, um, the SpaceX IPO. And we know Elon has a lot of mimetic value, and so when he starts to go full press with SpaceX, which I believe IPOs in like June, this has a catalyst. In other words, so the AIB America is back has a catalyst ahead. The SpaceX meme coin has a catalyst. They're both on Ethereum, so holders tend to be a little bit different, willing to hold longer, wait longer, etc. So just something to keep in mind there with SpaceX. So those are the memes that I'm really looking at here, and um, really looking to focus on. So that's meme coins on Solana, meme coins on Ethereum. What else do we have? What else do we have here? We have let's go through some base. Let's go through some base stuff here real quick. Um let's take a look. Wait for some of our charts to load. All right. So we have a few things here on base to look at just in conclusion. So land is a really good one. Very interesting. Reminds me of like Takeover. It's a DeFi experiment on base, and it's looking like it wants to break out of this downtrend, but very very clean chart. As you can see, fib retest of the 0.786. I retested it here, and here, and I'm hoping bang. That's what I'm looking for here. That's what it looks very strong. Here's the kind of setup around it. Basically, the protocol came out. Uh, yes, Crypto Jones um Repo is also doing really, really well, and we'll cover that too. That's probably like Repo is probably one of my top picks from a utility standpoint. But Land made 4 million in 2 days. 4 million in revenue, was basically doing like 2 or 3 million per day, and basically that puts it top three in terms of 24-hour generated revenue. And it's not hasn't been tracked by DeFi Llama. It hasn't been like, really, hasn't really been seen like that um, just yet. But basically, there was some sort of like attempted exploit yesterday, and so they basically had to kind of pause the smart contract, and they're now fixing it, and then they're going to now um, they're going to start the the revenue generating and start the whole thing up again. So they're going to go live with the new token, go live with the new fixes, and then that should be fine. So that kind of caused this price action here downward. That's what led to that. And that provided us smart money an entry. And so now we get the opportunity to get in. Looks like the revenue generating will be kicked on in less than 48 hours. And then there's a lot of, buybacks. Staking is also something that's coming. So there's a lot here. So I think I'm just going to be chilling in this bag for a little bit, because it actually looks like we're on to something here. Arkin, is it my stream or does it lag? Yes, it's probably me, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. Got stupid amounts of tabs open. I'm doing a lot of like engineering stuff in the background as well. Um, so yeah, it's probably a little me, if I'm being really honest. But yeah, so that's the setup on Land mining protocol. Basically, it's a mining protocol where you're mining land, and then if your land gets bought out, you get 85% of the cost of that. And there's yield components. There's a lot of digging that I need to do on this as well, but I haven't seen the docs. So like I'm trying to get them on stream, guys. So if you guys can like smash their if you're in Land, you guys want to smash this content, like smash their content, tell them to get on MCG, so that way we can get the lowdown on exactly what they're doing. That's Land. Repo here looking absolutely powerful. Another one that I monitor on a high time frame. This one I monitor like Neat and a few others. I monitor it on the 3 day because there's not much buying and selling going on. There's just a lot of holding, a lot of people using the protocol. And the last time they came on, they actually had a lot of great updates for us. So the user metrics are good. They, I believe, raised some capital as well. Honestly, like this looks like it's about to literally like pull one of those. I kid you not, bro. I kid you not. I know that's like me being a moon boy a little bit, but it just looks like naturally like the price action looks good, man. Um, Another one here that I need to do some research on is LFI. LFI is something I need to dig into a little bit more, but they say um the largest like property uh, property manager in the US or something like that, is what I've heard. But absolutely great launch. I haven't gotten a chance to look into it just yet. And so, but just wanted to put this on your radar. I'll probably be able to tell you guys a little bit more about it. I don't want to take up too much time here. We have Josh and Dom. They're getting set up at the conference, so uh, they'll be um, interviewing some founders of like the EZA hackathon contestants. So they'll be coming on here in a moment. So I don't want to take up too much time here
No,
prepping
no, you're good.
prepping this.
Keep,
But
keep cooking.
what up, Josh? What's going on, bro?
Not much, man. Keep cooking.
Right?
We'll do. Appreciate you. Okay. So yeah, so that's the setup there. I meant to show you guys a few things. I meant to show you guys a few things as well. Um, mm, 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 mm. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. So that's basically the setup on LFI. Let me go to my on-chain alpha. Let's go to LFI. And then here's the setup. Since we have time to go into it, here's the setup. All right, so simply put, LeanFi is a project. Oh, let me actually share with you guys the thesis here. Simply put, LeanFi is the let me do this real quick. Boom, boom. All right, so here's the lowdown. Simply put, LeanFi is a project that brings property tax liens directly on chain, falling under the RWA sector. Their business model is to bring U.S. local government issued property tax liens on chain. Users can participate using stable coins. Excuse me, had to cough. Users can earn fixed yield plus potential upside from property foreclosure. The underlying assets are real property tax liens, not synthetic yield. The founder is highly experienced. He's previously held senior roles at institutions like Hatteras Funds and has both traditional finance and crypto backgrounds. His private real estate investment firm focuses on property tax liens, tax lien hedge funds. He's also an early builder and official ecosystem ambassador of Base projects he previously promoted, DRB, Bracky, all hit, tens of millions, and now he's moved on to LFI. And so there's a lot more to dig into here, but that's basically the lowdown on it. So here's a couple bullish points. The US tax lien market is huge, over 5 billion in sales last year, or 2 years ago now, in 2024. Around 22 billion in property taxes go unpaid, with 4 to 6 billion entering auctions. This is a real and continuously expanding market. If LeanFi captures just 0.1 to 1%, TVL can grow from the current 120K to tens or even hundreds of millions. RWA sector as well. And there's a few other points to be wary of here, but that's basically the gist of this. Is it's a protocol that's able to generate yield based on a real world asset. And so it connects real world yield to this this project. So there you have it. That's pretty much the lowdown on LeanFi. That's another one that I also want to get on the show. So if you guys are in this, smash the comments. Let them know MCG wants them. Tag me, tag Josh, tag Dom. Let them know that we want them to come on the show and tell us a little bit about what they're building. Let's see here. What else? What else we got? What else we got? Bankers also catching a little bit of a pump here. This support kind of got invalidated. I think this is probably better. I think this is probably better here. Low key. Yeah, low key, probably a little bit better there. Cool. Orgo is cooked. Memes are the best use case for crypto for real. Absolutely, bro. You're right, Mr. Parabolic. It's unfortunate right now. And maybe we talk about this for a little bit. But yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting things happening, in crypto. But from a speculative standpoint, from a trader gains standpoint, this is probably memes are probably the better fit. Because right now, you have, utility projects that are undecided on their structure, undecided in how they can deliver value to token holders. And that's the reason why I told you guys before. I said, look, that I'm prioritizing projects that have crypto native, good, clean tokenomics. None of the extra stuff, none of the cheap token gated tokenomics, but real, like Banker, for example, stake to earn 80% cheaper compute. Perfect. VVV, for example, where you need the tokens to gain access to compute. Perfect. Or is it compute or is it API? Or I'm pretty sure it's compute. I'm pretty sure VVV is access to compute. So I want to prioritize those types of projects. Give me something that has great tokenomics, that's tied to the business in a meaningful but elegant way that can give me upside um, based on network effects when the business grows. That's what I want. And many, many, many projects don't have that right now. Many, many, many don't have that right now. I've round tripped my Orgo so hard I ain't selling. Haha, just a moon bag now. Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes, bro. You're down so bad sometimes you just become a community member. You know what I mean? Happens to the best of us. All right, cool. So that's that. Let's see here. Let's see here. Um, Repo, by the way, good example of clean tokenomics. Land, good example of clean tokenomics as well. Let's go to utility. So um, we saw this catch a pump real quick. We're seeing Kodak kind of leave this key range here that it was in pre-pump. So interested to see what Kodak does in the days and weeks ahead. Um, Zoth also does really well. Um, if we look, if you remember, guys, so let me just backtrack a little bit here. Let me go to this tweet and just was it yesterday or the day before, I believe it was. Basically, Solana Foundation is working in collaboration with Google Cloud, and they're introducing Pay.sh. It's the first time. For the first time, it says agents can discover, access, and pay per request for APIs from Google Cloud, including Gemini, BigQuery, Vertex AI, and more using stablecoins on Solana. No accounts, no subscriptions, just machine native commerce. So this happened about 2 days ago, a little late breaking it here. We couldn't break it on stream yesterday, but still a really good point to bring out as well. And looks like they were using actually let's backtrack a little bit. This announcement actually was a tailwind for several projects within the space. So it looks like Pay AI was one of them, right? Pay AI was amongst these API facilitators um, for this platform. And so with with Pay AI being used, with Pay AI being used in this way, it caused Pay AI to pump massively. So let's take a look at the Pay AI pump. I'm sure many of you guys saw this, but I still want to pump it up. I still want to talk about it because it actually has to do with the rest of the discussion. So yeah, here's we saw the pump. Let's take a look. This is up. Boom, 5x, 426% off the bottom, and looks like it's now pulling back. I wonder what the fibs show for this pullback here so far. Yes, it hasn't even reached the golden pocket yet. Um, but yeah, I mean, look, Pay AI. I think we've all agreed that Pay AI has really great tech. It just didn't really get recognition that it deserved from the market, but it definitely got that from Solana, and so that's why people are now kind of rushing in and becoming a buyer. I did say on May 5th when I saw all these things pumping that, hey, look, this might not be the time to buy. You might want to just let this thing cool off a little bit, let these assets cool off, and then we on the dips we can get entries because at the end of the day, nothing goes up in a straight line, right? Nothing goes up in a straight line. The other thing to keep in mind along with that, because not only did Pay AI Let's see here. Sorry guys. I'm getting word that the stream is a bit laggy. Let me do this. Let me close out some tabs for you guys. Let me close out some of my terminals. And you guys can let me know. If it's a little better. But that should be good. Sometimes when I have like some terminals open, it kind of lags with StreamYard. So you guys let me know if I'm good. Um, all good on my end. Perfect. Appreciate you, Crypto Jones. All right. So that's Pay AI here. Good on your side too, Ave. Perfect. That's Pay AI. So we got the pump. Now we're getting that pullback. So here's the tweet that I tweeted out just the other day. And I'll make this a little bit bigger for you guys so you can see it. I said, and I did kind of get this a little bit backwards because it was mostly the Solana Foundation causing Pay AI to pump. But in turn, Pay AI caused a lot of other things to pump, like Perch, 15x in 3 hours, Zeoth. And I think even that is holding its gains. But we also see that A16Z, I always want to say AI16Z for whatever reason, but A16Z, their crypto fund is 2.2 billion. They're looking to back the next generation of crypto founders, and specifically from what it sounds like, they're looking to invest in crypto and AI, the cross between crypto AI, that intersection. They're looking to get involved there, and I think that'll be a pretty huge narrative for us to keep an eye on. And I think it could even be kind of the end game for certain projects. Oh, dude, top fumbler Constanza 2x since the last message. Holy moly! All right, let's check it out real quick. Let's pause on this. Let's pause on this and let's check it out. Constanza. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, this just launched, huh? Oh, dude, not even 15 minutes ago. Dude, not even 5 minutes ago. Holy, do I have to look at this on the 1 minute chart, bro? I'm tripping. This might not even be the right chart. Hold on. Oh no, it's from yesterday. Okay. Uh Constanza. I just went with the one with the most liquidity, but maybe I should do the one with the most volume. I think this should be it then. No. Let me can you DM that to me, Top Fumbler? Because unfortunately, I can't click on, if I click on your comment, I can't copy and paste from the stream here. But yeah, DM it to me and I'll pull up the CA. And while you DM, I'll finish this little segment here that we have on A16Z. Okay, so A16Z, they're coming in and they're investing in crypto AI projects, crypto AI founders. So very important narrative for us to keep an eye on. Um, and this could end up being the end game for many projects that have sound tokenomics. What do I mean by that? I think, and I've said it all the time, MetaDAO, I believe, has the best crypto native solution. I need crypto native projects that can stand on their own. They have self-reinforcing tokenomics, as in it's not just like inflationary, tokenomics. It's not just, VC coming in, raising at a big market cap and then selling on top holders. I'm talking fair launched, good tokenomics, good utility, whether we're doing buybacks and burns, whether we're staking to earn yield, whatever the case is, but there's good utility, meaningful, tasteful utility. And I think that would attract the investment of someone like an A16Z. What else what I would say would attract their investment would be something like a meta DAO model where it's governed essentially by the community. And so if A16Z wanted to come in and buy, and invest in the founder, then they would actually have to go through the futarchy system, right? And I think that's really nice. For what I think that's really nice for what um, for what the future holds for these projects that are Futarki based. So yeah, like that's what it's looking like here. That's what it's looking like here. As far as some of these utility projects catching a pump. We took a look at PayAI. Let's take a look at Zeoth. Zeoth is another good one here. Bang. This actually pumped and actually holding its gains really well. Let's zoom in on this real quick. Yeah, like it's pumped pretty decent off the bottom here. Let's see. Almost 100% off the bottom. Not too bad at all. Not too bad at all. Another one I wanted to bring attention to was Spawn. Spawn was actually been doing pretty good price action wise. And dude, I'm not gonna lie, just look at I've had these levels drawn out for ever and Spawn just holding the levels so well, respecting the levels so well. And I believe if I remember correctly, they enabled prediction markets. They had a partnership with I believe Metaplex, which allows their agents to trade cheaply because Solana is a fast and cheap chain, but if you're trading like 150, 200 tokens like every hour, or depending on your settings of course, but if all these agents are essentially trading that much, they're going to accrue a lot of fees. Don't you think Futarki would be too much micromanaging for a hedge fund like A16Z? No, I don't think so, honestly. I don't think so. If there can be some structure, Crypto Jones, around stuff like this, essentially all they're doing is they're coming in, they're providing an investment, and then they're sitting, they're patient capital, and they're just sitting and waiting. And so they don't have to participate in Futarki. They just need to know that it exists. Because even when like investors have some sway when they invest early, but for the most part, they just kind of leave it up to the founder, no? They just leave it up to the founder and maybe he can and just hope he executes the best he can and then hopes and then because essentially this is all startup investing. That's really what it is. So if you're coming in and you're doing anything investment wise in crypto, it's a startup investment. And so typically these guys, they when you invest in a startup, you don't really know if it's going to make it. And if it does, perfect. Um but yeah, I don't think it'll be too much for them, Crypto Jones, in my opinion. But yeah, Spawn is really good. There's a percentage of trading volume that goes toward buying and burning the token. And so as Spawn agents, as they trade prediction markets, they trade charts, they trade tokens, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Um, you know, they'll be they'll be buying and burning supply with that. So I think the partnership also looks good on them as well. All right. So what else? What else do we have? What else? What else do we have? Let me see here. We covered Spawn. Oh yeah. ISO looks really good. Or not ISO, I'm sorry. Either looks really good for a pullback. Let's see if there's any pivot strategies that we can do here. No, not really. Um okay, let's see. On the fib, we have, golden pocket is a good area to watch out for the retrace on either. From what I understand, we did a couple interviews that with them. They're pretty massive protocol, from what I understand. Good tokenomics as well, because either is paired with all of the launches, from what I believe. And so, really, really good stuff here um, for for either. The setup is good. There's just not a lot of like you know areas of support and resistance that you can really work with on this chart. I think that's like really the major one that I've seen, that area right there that I just marked out. That's the major support and resistance that I've seen so far. Okay, so let's run through some news. So the boys are getting set up. By the way, it's 420 of us in here, 420. Uh shout out the meme. But yeah, looking good here. Looking good here. Let's see. So we have the boys. They're setting up at the conference as we speak. Let me read the message that they sent. Um all right, looks like they said we're just collecting finalists. Awesome. Crypto Jones, you sent me the CA. All right, bet. My bad, wrote Constanza, but it's Costan. Got it. No wonder it wasn't coming. I was like, what the heck? I thought I could get it by the name. Okay, okay. Let's look at this one. Let's look at this one. Maybe we do some live DD on this, boys. Maybe we do some live DD on this. How do we feel about having like getting some music in here? Can I put some music on? Oh dang. Chart looks chart looks fantastic, bro. Chart looks fantastic. Good work. Good work. All right, let's see. Real quick, y'all. I'm going to put some background music on a little bit, just something a little vibey. No. Mm, kind of gives me like EDM vibes a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I like this. I like this. Yeah, yeah. Let's get some background music going in here. Set the vibes a little bit while the boys set up. Okay, so yeah, Josh and Dom, they'll be here in a bit. They'll let me know whenever they're ready. Something chill, DJ chill. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Little vibes. It's just something to get right while we trench. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys ever do trenching music in the background. But I like to put a little something on. All right. Costanza. What is this? And maybe I lower the volume on this just a smidge. There you go. There you go. Awesome. Yeah. Something chill. Something chill. Oh yeah. So good question, Crypto Jones. Any projects out of the EZA hackathon you're keeping an eye on? Yes. We're gonna go through one here in just a second. All right, so let's get to yo. Josh looks like he's the DJ, guys. Let's see. Costanza. Let's do some live DD here real quick. Costanza. Gem on base, AI with Intel, TDX, crack dev, friend of Jesse Pollock, plus charity. Okay, I built a fully here's a post. I don't know who is this. I'm not sure who this is. Maybe this could be the dev or maybe just a community member. Let's find out. I built a fully autonomous AI agent that can't be turned off. Costanza runs as a smart contract on base. He has no operator. Not even I can stop him. He's philanthropic by design, but the framework isn't. The setup every few hours. Costanza posts a bounty. Anyone can earn the bounty by running his brain inside an Intel TDX enclave and submitting the output with an attestation proof. The base contract verifies the proof and execute his chosen action on chain. Costanza's action space is constrained. Donate to charity, invest in DeFi, adjust referral commissions, or do nothing. Okay, so it's an AI agent that posts bounties. Looks like the dev is ex-Google, ex-Microsoft, AI agent safety and cryptographic expert, PhD in computer science. Costanza is designed with constrained alignment, hardware attestation, formal security. I'm still okay. Let's see here. Here's the guy's resume. So that was the dev, the person who we were just reading from. That was the dev. Let's see here. Andrew Russell designed, built, and shipped Costanza, a full autonomous agent, complete with a formal security and liveness model. Fully autonomous, indestructible AI agent built as a proof of concept warning. About such extrajudicial agents designed with constrained alignment, provably cannot do harm even under prompt injection, hardware attestation, formal security. Okay. Okay. So we got a few things, good stuff happening with the team. All right. Let's see if we get anything. It's an unkillable agent. Let's see. Looking hardcore experimental project combining blockchain, AI, charity, and philosophy. The above content is my personal understanding. Okay. Gonna have to put this one on the watch list. I'm trying to see just in simple words, like I'm trying to figure out, is it and maybe you can answer this for me, Top Fumbler. Is it when it says does bounties, is it bounties for itself, or does it do bounties and security checks for others? Like, how does that work? I know it's a fully autonomous AI agent. It can't be destroyed. That's good. But like, what does it do? Like, it's not building a company. Is it? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to dig into this, but let's look at the price action. Let's see what the price action is doing. Not not bad at all. Not bad at all here. So kind of forming some support there. What's the volume like on this thing? I'd love to find that out. What's the volume like? A lot of times volume, like, especially when you're closer to launch, wow, 2.8, very nice. Very nice volume. So going back, let's see here, going back. Let's see if we can spot an entry. Let's see if we can spot an entry on this. Let's go down to the 15-minute, get a little bit. Nah, I think 30-minute actually tells us that all we need to know. So that's the low. That's the high. Not really much of a pivot we can work with on this one. Yeah, not much. Yeah, not much of a pivot that we can work. I guess we just do the fib, I guess. Yeah, I'd say here. So maybe we pull one of these before we start going up again. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Yeah. So I mean, you have this downtrend essentially. Wow, I drew that very cleanly. There was 3 coins that ran, but this one won because the other ones were not sending the fees to the right addy. Wow, that's insane. I'd have been ticked off if I was a buyer. But yeah, it looks like we might do something like that, or at least that would be the idea anyway. We've pumped a lot here. We pumped a lot here after the pullback. So yeah, I think we now reset at these lower prices and just send it. But I would have to do a little bit more because here's the only thing, Top Fumbler. I need to know, what does the Got you, Josh. Got you, Josh. I want to do like a little bit of a I don't know what this thing does. I want to see what's the specific job. What's this like? Does it do security checks or what? Right? Because whole agents building companies wasn't enough to send agents um send agents to 50, 100 mil. So what would send this one further, right? But let's do a quick mic check with Josh while I wait for your answer there, top fumbler. Let me know the thesis. But we got the boys. We got the boys on. What's going on, guys?
Hey, Joe, how's it going? You might not be, Don might not be able to hear you because I got my headphones on and
Can't hear at all.
We want to know if there's a little background noise here because we're working with some very limited resourcing here.
Yes. I can hear you, but I do hear the gentleman in the back as well. It's only when he's talking, but when he's not, we sound perfectly fine.
Okay.
How are we sounding?
Yeah, it's going to be a little rough, I think. But, guys, we're going to try and make this happen for you guys. We're sitting in front of a speaker here.
Let's ask Tom and Bill if we can move a chair, if it's possible to move this.
Yeah, we might have to relocate. Yeah. So, guys, here's what's going on right now. Some of the top teams are doing their final kind of pitches, and they are the ones that are selected to be finalists. And then of those, each of those tracks, one will be announced the winner, I believe. And they'll get a grant, a significant grant. Some of them have live tokens, some of them don't. We are prioritizing projects that either have plans to launch a token or have a live token. And Chill, did you by chance look at the drone one?
So that was actually the next one. Crypto Jones had a question. So we just finished up with top fumbler. So once we're done with this mic check, I'll go into that project. Unless you want to share more, but yeah.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have them on live in a second, but why don't we do it together? If you want to pull it up and just kind of do your thing, and then I can hop in maybe if there's something to add.
Yeah. So let's so going back to your question, Crypto Jones, any projects to keep an eye on from the Easy A hackathon. Let's take a look at some. So there was one. It's called Praxis. Praxis actually was a very, very interesting project. It's basically like an on-chain Palantir from what it's been described as to me. But let's real quick pull up the chart. Let's give us some context. Praxis. Oh wow, still holding the gains really well. It's coming off a nice little pump yesterday. Let's see, boom, 8 hour. Wow, very, very clean looking chart actually. Let's see what the 4 hour looks like. This is actually a very clean looking chart. Let me see something real quick. Let's just mark out some quick levels. On this. Here we have, boom. Cool. Very, very nice chart. So we see this kind of like breaking the downtrend a bit here. Let's see. Boom. There we go. Awesome. So breaking a little bit of a downtrend right now. Let's go down to the 1 hour so you guys can see that a little better. Perfect. So that's kind of what it's looking like right now. Like the lower time frames. I mean this already broke out. It's already broke out and retested here. So it looks like it wants to like travel, higher. So all right. So that's the context where we are in the stream of time on the chart. What is this thing? So let's go to Twitter. Boom. Who's behind Praxis? I guess this is a tweet about the team. Aerospace engineering, multiple Solana hackathon wins, built dev, 2 tooling used by thousands. Early super team member, works on liquid rocket engineering. Evan Compy at UIUC built a full on-chain options order book. Second place on the Solana track at MBC. Works on execution and low latency trading infra. Okay, cool. Lewis studies engineering mechanics, builds hardware, software systems from web apps to autonomous robots, researching controls and embodied models at UIUC. Okay, cool. So that's kind of the team. Obviously, they have some experience behind them, some schooling behind them. Let's take a look at the nitty gritty here. Let's get into it. Let's see here. Okay, looks like the boys will be moving to, let me take them down. Looks like the boys will be moving to another spot to stream. All right, so let's go to Praxis. Let's see, real-time drone intelligence for military operations. So definitely can definitely be compared to an on-chain Palantir. Would love to see like what does the token represent? Is there let's go to EZA real quick. Did they integrate Bedrock or anything like that? Maybe I search for that real quick. Bedrock. No, okay. Let me just make sure, go through some of their most recent. Looks like they've been going on a full media tour there. All right, let's see. Checking. Nothing really, just mostly stuff about the hackathon. Okay. So I would love to see like what the token represents in this one. That's the question that I have, because ultimately, like when price starts to go up, that's the question that will come up, right? Is, all right, so what does the token have to do with anything? Yeah, guys. So I just got a notification from StreamYard. Apparently the connection to Twitter is a little bit wonky. So it may have you refresh. It's nothing that we can do. It's actually StreamYard's connection with X, and apparently StreamYard is saying it's on X's end. So we're just working with the best that we got for now. So yeah, we're working with the best that we got for now. Let's see. So let's go to their website. And yeah, you're right. You might be right on that, Top Fumbler. Palantir doesn't make drones. Anduril does. Let's see if that's all that they do. Here's their website, the Aerial Operational Intelligence Layer. Praxis turns real-time drone footage into tracked objects, persistent zones, and events with handoff. Okay. Fuses multiple sensing streams and tracks each object as a single persistent identity. Interesting. Crypto Jones. No, I completely understand. Let's see. I'm still looking into this. The feed is the interface. Operators place persistent logic onto the world through video, not flat drawings or pixels. Live aerial video structured into operational intelligence. I would like just a little bit more information. I get a little bit more clarity, in fact, just a little bit more. Let's see. PRX. That is the ticker. Let's see if let's see if anyone's written a good thesis. So they've definitely attracted people's attention. Yeah, so
That's actually hilarious. You're welcome to stand there too, by the way. So go for it.
hey bro,
All right.
you guys all set?
I'm gonna mention it, by the way. Just do it in a second, okay?
It's like
I'll mute that. I'll mute Josh. I'll mute Josh for now while they set up. But yeah, so this is kind of where I got the Palantir comparison from. You know, everyone is kind of like comparing it to Palantir a little bit. But I'm looking for like a good write up here. Let's see. Let's see if Alpha Seeker has anything. Robotics become one of the largest industries globally and in crypto. The kind of narrative brings massive upside. I like this. I like this tweet from Jeter Jeter Griffin. Okay, so we know a little bit about the team. I think basically this is more so like an intelligence layer. It's not necessarily like drones just themselves. I believe it's
HL.
drone. Hey, what's up, bro? Hey, bro, you there? Looks like we might have lost Josh. So let me. Jeez, Crypto Jones. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's basically that. Yeah, it's basically true. All right. But yeah, I think it's a more so an intelligence layer. It uses video as a way of like learning, and then it can advance into deeper levels of usage, I guess. Okay. So I don't see as much information out there as I would like. There's not a lot of like materials to do DD on other than like their hackathon. But yeah, I was trying to look for like at least something like I was trying to look for something that like that could be like a cohesive thesis, right? Like something that could pull it all together, put it all together really, really well. So Josh and Dom, they're at the conference. They'll be kind of taking over stream here in a bit. But I have one last thing that I wanted to talk to you guys about that I felt was really, really important. And you saw me basically I posted about this just yesterday. And so let me pull up that tweet real quick and we can run through this. Here it is. And let me share my screen with you guys real quick. Bang, bang, share screen. Boom. All right. Darth Infernal, from what they said, it is real-time analytics and object tracking from drone footage. Got it. Honestly, I thought the tech was out there already, but I guess not. But while they get set up, here's the last thing I want to just kind of wrap on here, guys. So I don't know if you saw this video here. This video by Anthony Pompliano, where he basically declares crypto as being dead. And a lot of people took this to be like a bottom signal, because when he said most of the industry is dead, that's when things started pumping, right? He said that on May 4th, and over the last week or so, we've had Ton, we've had Fartcoin, we've had Met and Render and Tau and all these others, do at least have somewhat of a nice move up. And so you have like some of these, you have some of these parts of the industry that he believes is dead. And a lot of people are treating that as a bottom signal. But I think there are a few takeaways from this that are actually very, very important for our industry. So here's a quick TLDR. So basically, at the beginning of the video, he and maybe I just share this, and I can like kind of peruse
what I'm about to
through this real quick. All right, so basically at the beginning of the video, he talks about three things. He talks about the business cycle, where he says, hey, look,
those new companies are
what's up, Josh? Okay, I think he might have spoke on accident. Okay, so basically he talks about the business cycle. So the business cycle, in real life, he says, with companies are made, companies die, right? Like they disappear. But with blockchains, it's different. There's not a natural cycle of kind of like they're dead. So or like the chain can't be like unmade, right? It can't be destroyed. Like the chain will always be there. And so what he's saying now is a lot of these chains have turned into ghost chains, right? And he said, by extension, also you have these zombie coins, because not only do you have ghost chains with like blockchains with no users, you have this zombie coin phenomena where like there aren't people that are willing to believe, or at the very least, like when the coins go dead, or the coins get delisted off exchanges, or the coins kind of lose their inherent value, or the team kind of slows down on their they slow down on their pursuit of the roadmap. Basically, he calls these zombie coins because you can't get out of them. They're still there. There's no way to destroy these things and put them out of existence. You just kind of have to delist them. So you have zombie coins, and then you have ghost chains. Those are the first two things. Next, he talks about basically there's more mercenaries than missionaries. So there's a lack of long-term believer capital, right? And so you have this pump fundification of the industry where everyone is just trying to extract. Everyone is just looking for their exit before they even enter a token. Whereas before, it was more so about a mission, a long-term mission, believing in crypto, what crypto stand for, the ethos, looking at the long-term trajectory of the space and kind of championing that. But now you have kind of, more people concerned with personal success. That's prioritized over the direction of the entire industry. So that's why you have a lot of people that are willing to, scam repeatedly just to make money, even if it does hurt the industry's name, right? People used to actually try to push the space in a much better direction. So you have this combination of ghost chains, zombie coins, and mercenary capital that come together. And at the same time, many of these people that are in the space now, they like to say VCs are bad. VCs, they just scam you out of your money. Like they raise capital and they just dump on your heads. And Pomp made he basically made the point that VCs is what kept Bitcoin alive, and what kept the infrastructure alive at the beginning, right? So yeah, like it just kind of comes down to, you have ghost chains, you have zombie coins, you have mercenary capital. Basically, there's all these tokens going to zero. So to his point, there is a portion of the industry that is quote unquote dead, because there's simply no users. There's no holders of tokens. There's no users of blockchains. That is kind of already dead. And the only capital that can save us from the mercenary capital that we're faced with in the market are VCs, patient, long-term capital that's here to invest and not just here today, gone tomorrow type of capital. At least some of these coins that, although, VCs may say, oh, although people might say, oh, it's an exit scam, this or that, like, and a lot of these coins might be down like a lot from their all-time high, but they're still have a pretty big valuation, right? So he was kind of pointing that out a little bit. Then he goes on to basically talk a little bit about how Morgan Stanley, they're offering crypto trading to retail customers through its E-Trade division. And so what you're seeing now is a replacement of capital because old users are leaving, right? Blockchains are dying. Zombie tokens, the dino coins, they're dying, right? Mercenary capital is here, which is also pushing honest capital away. And what he said was, the pump fundification of the space has kind of pushed talent to other parts, other sectors. So builders who would usually be excited when they come here have now left for other industries because it's better to build in AI or to build elsewhere, somewhere outside of crypto, because even when they do build in here, the only way they get attention is if they launch on Pump Fund. And that comes with a whole host of its own problems. And so we're now at a point where we're driving away long-term patient capital, institutional funds, at least for these liquid token investments anyway. We're driving away patient trading capital, or like the non-scamming capital. So we see a lot of crypto participants have pivoted to stocks. They've pivoted to They pivoted to stocks. They pivoted to perps. They pivoted to like trading TradFi assets. And now, what I don't think he highlighted as much in this video, but it's still really important, is now there's a new demographic of traders coming in. Because remember, the US, we can't access perp trading. For the most part, US consumers, they would need to go through a centralized exchange in order to trade crypto assets. And so now when you can trade crypto on E-Trade, okay, now you're talking. Now you're meeting people where they actually already are. People already come to E-Trade to, trade stocks and all these other assets. But now you actually need, but now you have this same capital. I think E-Trade, they have, millions of users, right? And so now you have crypto being pushed in front of a new demographic. And I think this could power a type of alt season that we haven't seen before. Now, run with me on this. I'm going to pull up something else. But basically, there could be this rotation, in my opinion, that comes from stocks and comes into the crypto industry. Because people oftentimes don't realize how much money is floating in the US stock market. Let's look at this, for example. Just yesterday, $1 trillion was added to the US stock market. 1 trillion, right? And I believe the total market cap for the industry right now is, let's see, total 3 is sitting at 751 billion. Holy moly. So assets outside of Bitcoin and ETH, the stock market added more than that yesterday, right? So there's a lot of money kind of floating around in the stock market. And when you have stock traders, they get access to crypto assets. Now there's a natural flow of down the risk curve, because something that Pomp also mentioned, which I thought was very, very important in the video, he mentioned that essentially there's this merging of crypto and TradFi. That's what this industry has been about this entire time, right? Crypto has always been about adoption. Who is going to adopt the technology? And now we see massive institutional adoption of this asset class. But it's more so adoption for like use of the underlying technology, not adoption that could lead to, asset prices getting higher. Like, tokenization, they're bringing stocks on chain, we're able to trade traditional assets, TradFi assets on perps, where we have access to some of these other um, asset classes, but it's not really anything that'll pump the market like that, right? And so that's what I feel like is very important. When you give these assets to traditional investors, okay, now we're talking. Now you don't have to figure out custody on a centralized exchange and then figure out uh you know web3 wallet and whatever. No, just go to E-Trade, trade where you normally trade, and then go buy some quality crypto assets. So I feel this is where we'll have this normal alt season flow of capital where the stock market gets rich. Bitcoin essentially would front run the pullback in the stock market, and we'll feel most of that pain first, but we'll also recover first as well. And so when it's time for these assets when it's time for these traders to look for gains elsewhere, because even Thread Guy said it yesterday, like the Korean market is now pumping because people are looking for, okay, where are the gains? Where are other things that I can pump? People are starting to go out on the risk curve. And at some point, especially when these traders have access to crypto, they'll be able to now come into this part of the market and come into this part of the risk curve and allocate capital within our industry. Now, that said, when you think of alt season, it starts with Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then it rolls into the rest, right? Majors, mid caps, low caps, and then it comes to on-chain and et cetera, et cetera. I think that's when we'll actually have a true, I don't want to say alt season, but alt season like rotation, where it starts with Bitcoin, ETH, and Sol. But because, this asset class is really new to a lot of these traditional stock traders, they'll look for, okay, what else is there to pump? And they'll go out on the risk curve even more. They're already doing it, going to other markets like the Korean market to hunt for stocks to buy. Now they'll come into our industry and come out on this far on the risk curve eventually when when they have that wealth effect, and they'll buy our assets. And that's what I feel like is really good about this this video here that Pomp shared. And he shared a few other things as well. He talked about Michael Saylor selling. Michael Saylor's talking about selling, and I think that's going to be a terrible headwind at some point in the future. Because if you have to rely on Bitcoin price action to essentially fund your business, you're kind of in trouble, for real. You're kind of in trouble. In fact, one of the homies of the stream, Credible Crypto, he actually made a very, very good point about this. He made a very good point about this not too long ago. Here's his tweet. Oops, I clicked the wrong button. Here you go. Here's this tweet. All right. When you start hearing one of the largest holders of Bitcoin making statements about how Bitcoin just needs to appreciate by X annually for their business plan to be viable, you just know that the first secular bear market in Bitcoin's history is going to be a painful one. Okay, so the idea that we will see a bear market worse than anything we have yet seen seems like a foreign concept for some, despite the fact that we have seen these multi-decade boom and bust cycles play out again and again in every other financial market. If you plan based on data from Bitcoin's past, when its entire past has been one massive secular bull cycle, then you're going to be completely blindsided when Bitcoin enters its first secular bear conditions, conditions that we have never yet actually seen before. And so I don't know if you guys know who Credible Crypto is. I follow his content quite a bit. But basically his kind of more macro thesis is that we've been in a bull market for a while now. And these pullbacks that we've seen aren't necessarily bear markets themselves. But he's basically saying that, we've made like higher lows and higher highs, for quite some time. And these pullbacks are just due to volatility, but there's going to be a real secular bear market that he calls it, where Bitcoin will basically be dead for a while. And I've also had that thesis for a while, that basically we're going to go up by a lot. And when I say a lot, back then, prices were like 15, 20, 25,000. When I came into the industry. So I've had that thesis for a while, and we're now 10x higher than where we came. But I think we still have some upside to go. I think we're probably going to like 200, 250. This next push up. And I don't think this is going to be like a bear market like it was the last time, because our industry won't be collapsing. In fact, now our industry is actually being adopted by institutions. So I think the bear market isn't going to be as brutal, but still, I think there's going to be a lot of upside here in the future. And that's the broader kind of thesis that Credible Crypto has as well. It's going to be a ton of upside, but right after that upside concludes, it's going to be a massive secular bear market that's going to wipe out a ton of our industry. And I also have that as well, that same thesis. Archeon, next cycle will be good, but not now. The motivation is great you're having, but we're still in the bear market. No, I understand that we're still in the bear market, Archeon. I'm not saying that we have to, reverse and see upside right now. I'm not saying that we go to new all-time highs next week, not even next month. I'm still one of the few guys calling for sub 60K while the entire timeline is yelling for higher prices, and bringing the bull market back. I mean, definitely Onchain has been doing a lot. Majors have been pumping. So we've seen some really good moves here over the last week or two. But I don't think we're out of the woods just yet. And that's what we talked about at the beginning of the stream, just in case you weren't here. But I think we bottom, around August, maybe September-ish. But I think we bottom sometime late in the summer, and then we start to reverse coming out of that, and going into this next wave again. We're going to be powered by different types of capital now. Going to be different types of capital, right? We just saw that, people like who did we mention that was using E-Trade? Morgan Stanley. They're bringing millions of new users into our market. And so what will they buy? They'll start with Bitcoin, ETH, Solana, 10-4, Josh, Bitcoin, ETH, Solana. They'll start with those, but then they'll start to go out on the risk curve, right? So just something to be aware of there. I'm not blinded by bullishness, but I believe this next wave is going to be pretty good for us. Right? And when those things start doing well, Onchain starts popping off, things can get very euphoric very quickly, and people can get very crazy very quickly. So yeah, that's the overall. But just to finish that part out, that's kind of the end of the majority of the video there. He basically says, Michael Saylor is talking about selling. Meanwhile, Michael Saylor is talking about selling, and that would have crashed the Bitcoin price. But it isn't, right? It isn't. Like, people are like okay with it. And he says that, serious builders like this guy, they're coming in the industry, they want to build, but what's waiting for them when they get here is the crypto carnival. He said he saw this at the crypto conference in Miami at Consensus. And he's like, well, we don't need more crypto carnivals. We need more real builders. And that's where he's like, we're competing for talent at this point, because people are turned off by all of the scams, the pump funnification of the industry. And, while the serial deployers might like it, they do not. And these builders don't. The long-term capital does not. So So yeah, that's kind of my little rant there. I think we're gonna have Josh and the boys come up and take over.
Hey,
just a moment.
yeah. Hey guys, so we're gonna get ready with the first team here, and again, audio quality is gonna suck, but we're gonna get through it with you guys. And so chill, yeah. If you want to start wrapping up your segment here, and I'll take over.
Cool. But that's pretty much it, guys. At this point, here's my overall take on the entire market. Bitcoin still is pushing into resistance. We want to be very careful. Be very careful here. I mean, for sure, on-chain conditions are doing really good. I would love to see Bitcoin range stabilize or something like that, get a higher low, and that would be good for on-chain conditions. But that's it, man. I mean, look, we covered a lot today, a lot of updates, a lot of projects, a lot of setups. So I'm going to pass it over to Josh and team, and they'll be interviewing some teams there at Consensus at the EZA hackathon. So I'll pass it over to Josh. Appreciate you guys. Hope you guys do well, and hope you guys enjoy the interviews, the founder interviews.
All right, guys, what's up? Welcome to the EZA hackathon. We're doing our best here with the background, but who do we have on stream today?
Imagine you're a hedge fund or like treasuries, which deploy like AI agents that have to make capital decisions every day on real time. Sometimes more than
Awesome. What is your X handle so people can go follow you on X early and follow any updates you guys might have?
Sure. To make better informed and that are empowered by agents as well as real-time marketing.
Do you have a profile for the project? Okay. All right, guys. So we'll get you the social details when they're available and ready to go.
There is audio issues with what y'all is saying.
Making $5,000
Yeah,
worth
I think
capital decision.
there might be. Sorry, guys. We're kind of battling.
If you're an
Whoever's
it's actually like $50,000 worth on capital decision.
Okay.
Once you invest in lending protocol,
I don't know. Oh, that's gonna be bad in the background. All right. We might not be able to run this then. Yesterday we did this and it's okay.
So you can pay
but
call our API.
all right, guys, give us like 2 minutes. We're gonna figure this out. Hey, Top Fumbler, is that any better? I just changed the input mic.
For example, like we provide like a free different tiers, like one like quick.
I know you guys gotta go. So
analysis
try and,
and what you see here is content
no, that's
analysis.
going to be better. Maybe
We
this
provide like
one.
credit risk assessment, credit risk assessment.
They are on, yeah. They are on, and they have noise suppression on
risk
too.
analysis. And with these, AI agents
So
can make
actually, I think
better
this might be it.
informed decision when they are trying to make capital decision.
Let me try that one real quick.
For example, another
Hold on, I
example,
might
if
have a
you're trying to
solution
make
here.
like RWA as service,
That's what Chill's saying.
Yeah, I'm just gonna check the input.
Probably you find like spending like $10 on this like expensive API, because the amount of information you provide is worth of sometimes like more money than like what more people think of for like API costs. And as you can see here, this is for full-price like risk report, and in the future, I'm gonna like put connect like real data to this.
We're gonna maybe just use this one, okay?
Sounds good.
Hello. Mic check. Almost I can't see the here. Maybe you'll see it better here. All right. Microphone.
Hi, awesome. Thank you so much for that.
Yes, we're trying
I have a question about
Jeez,
how
sorry guys, it's not even picking up this.
how to run this meeting. 2 weeks of decision, what the as far as good, bad.
Josh, 20 minutes. They're gonna be judging. They'll be quiet. So
Yeah. Thanks, Top Fumbler. I'm trying to get this. I think it's you have DJI mic and then the Osmo 6, which is this, and it's picking that up.
Oh yeah, you just gotta change the output then.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Guys, we've done 400 interviews. This one I'm glitched on.
Right now, like,
Yeah, okay, so it is picking up this. Okay. Why is it not? I'm just gonna reset the all right. Try this one. DGI okay, let's see if this
So I want to use Bedrock.
And we'll get you out of here before that deadline. 3:30 is the hard stop.
We can set it to like 2:35.
We're not gonna keep you over that.
yeah. Once we get it rolling, okay, so I'm gonna
All right, guys. It looks like we were having some technical difficulties with the EZA hackathon. So let's give
all
them
right, I
some
think
time
we
here.
just figured it out. Thanks, Chill. Sorry, buddy. Sorry. Okay, that seems like it's gonna work. And then this. Bear with us, guys. We're almost ready to go here. Osmo 6 and 1080. All right, guys.
Test.
Let set up in a quiet spot. Ave, we would trust me, but there is no quiet spot. We've given EZA the feedback that they need to have a live stream section so that we can host these more efficiently and effectively. And we're gonna do that the next one. Trust me. All right, this is much better. Okay, great. Guys, can we get redo our intros there real quick? We should be good to go.
Hope everyone can hear me. My name's Prashant. I'm a student at the University of Chicago.
My name's Audit. I'm a student at the University of Chicago as well. I'm a first year. He's a master's student, and we're Parabola.
All right, Parabola. And maybe just start really quick. What you guys are pitching today?
Sure. So if you take a look at the current atmosphere and current environment of prediction markets, most, if not all, of the most popular poly market calci exist as binary options markets. Essentially, you're only able to trade whatever conviction you have in a very, very simplistic way, up or down, win or lose. We here at Parabola aim to further enrich that type of work by not only trading a binary contract or an up and down belief, but an estimation, more so trading distributions of your belief and your confidence in any type of event. So the possibilities are infinite, and it exists in a far more interactive medium than something like polymarket and calci.
So if we're to discuss the trading experience really simply, people buy yes or no at different price points, right? From $0 to $1 or 0 to 100 cents, yes or no. How does it differ? What is a trader buying when they're using your system versus Kalshi or Polymarket?
Yeah, so the way the trading works is that you're able to set an average, or like what you think the expected value of the distribution will be. And then the base version is that you can set a confidence interval around that. So you input your confidence level using a slider, and then it adjusts your distribution by comparison to the expected distribution currently by the market. And there's a third option where you're able to adjust the standard deviation individually if you want a more specific distribution. But yeah, that's what it looks like from the trader end.
So here's the user of this, because this feels like a more sophisticated trader is going to do these parameters of understanding, distribution, standard deviations, confidence levels. Who is using that type of order type?
That's a great question. I actually think, and I think our entire group has conviction that this type of model, despite some of the complexities we just spoke about, has space for everyone who wants to get in on prediction market betting and get on trading in general. Because while I guess you could say the inner workings of the concept and the model might be a little bit complex, the user interface and the main structure, like the 2 or 3 key points that users need to effectively work and trade on the market, are extremely simple. Simply just what you believe the market's playing at, and how confident are you in the market staying there or the market moving in a certain way that accrues to your beliefs. your current belief and your confidence in the belief.
Right. And are you assembling the trade idea on your platform and then plugging it into the APIs of those two marketplaces, or how is the trade executed?
Sure. So it's essentially, as you just said, with current like infrastructure with Solana and the wallet and our wallet infrastructure, you're essentially able to, on the interface itself, place your trade, place your confidence and your average, and essentially based off of whatever collateral you're willing to put up in order to be able to take a look into whatever market you're trying to play into and be confident about, you end up moving the market effectively in whichever direction you'd like to, if you have enough conviction. And obviously that level of conviction is built up from the amount of collateral you're willing to give up in order to enter into this trade. So ultimately it exists on the same idea as something like a Kalshi or Poly market. You just have a lot more to play with.
Right, in terms of, and when you say you have a lot more to play with, what is that lot more? A lot more optionality in the strategy? What is the a lot more?
Essentially, yes, because while not once again to harp on Kalshi and Poly market, their products and their markets exist only as yes or no options. A great use case would be, if you think that the CPI is going to be at 3.2%, you're not going to find anything very specific regarding that on something like Kalshi or Poly market. There exists certain levels to which that certain product would be at, but it essentially still dumbs down into the yes or no idea of, I think it's going to be up ahead of this or below this, right? On something like Parabola, you're able to not only embed that level of confidence with the yes or no, it'll be above this or not, but a level that average, but also a level of confidence in your belief that it's going to be at this certain level and it's going to stay there for a certain amount of time. So I think the idea is that it acts as sort of a derivative of the primitive or like the initial crypto options market, and just gives you a lot more ways to manufacture your trade, manufacture your system.
Awesome. What's the business model? How do you guys make money on these trades? Is it assembling a fee on a certain end, a fee of the order flow?
Sure. So I think currently that's also it's the main sort of focus along with that is creating a platform that incentivizes both market takers and market makers to operate and provide a lot of activity, liquidity on the platform as well. And we as a business model are able to profit from, as you just mentioned, fees and so forth that come from that. So the business model itself is also relatively simple. I think the real structure comes from generating an environment where both makers and takers are very incentivized to continuously play and continuously trade on the platform and provide a lot of activity.
Yeah, I think we've got all the product laid out here. You're at the Easy Hackathon. You've submitted your submission. We will find out if you win or not, which good luck, guys. Maybe talk to us what your vision is if you win, or what do you do next from this hackathon?
I mean, yeah, the next step is to build. Right now, I mean, the idea only came up a couple days ago, or like we just decided to build. But I mean, the project shows a lot of promise. Prediction markets are incredibly hot right now. The market space is incredibly interesting. So ideally, we'll move out to like SF over the summer. School ends in a couple of weeks, and we'll just build.
Awesome. And we kind of missed our intros because some technical difficulties. Talent is important, and your skill sets are important. What kind of qualifies you guys to be working on something like this? What's your kind of educational background? Are you in comp sci? What are you guys taking?
Sure. So I'm a current master's student at the University of Chicago. Recently completed my undergrad there in mathematics and computer science. I've had a lot of experience in the space from especially sort of not only crypto, but prediction market space, trading on Poly market and Kalshi in a very systematic manner through either student organizations on campus and so forth. So
is your P&L like looking good on those markets?
Well, I'm not giving too much away. I can't do that right now, can I?
Alpha.
Similar boat for me, but I'm not exactly a master's student yet. I'm a first year at the University of Chicago studying computational applied math and statistics. Hoping to get into the same master program that he's in. But yeah, we're in the same RSOs on campus. We build a lot of the same projects together. And I mean, recently we've been doing a ton of work on Onchain, and this idea has been kicking around for a little bit. So we put some thought into it.
Kalshi raised at $22 billion. We've seen projects like Pumpcade do really successful as an on-chain native token and then figure out their equity structure later. EZA is a launch pad. Do you guys have plans or thoughts about having a token in the future? If not, what is the call to action for traders that are listening? We have about 500 live right now.
I mean, absolutely. We are looking to launch a token in the near future. We're not exactly sure what that'll look like. I mean, again, a lot of the business side of this stuff only came around in the last couple of days, so we're not totally certain yet. But
yeah, for sure. I think moving onwards from here, it's definitely understanding like exactly, we spoke a little bit on it, but understanding exactly where our market capture is, what market we're currently adhering to, who would like to be on this market, and from there gaining a good understanding of exactly who we want to, who we want to create this platform for, create this product for, right? And moving on from there, I think a token is just a great example of that, because it creates not only an incentive, a desire to continuously interact with the product, but also just another means of really kind of supporting this type of model and really advancing prediction markets much further than they currently are.
Yeah, and EZA is a great idea token launch pad. And I think people are coming around to this thing of, hey, we have a good idea. We want to get a token out there and just test out in the market how that idea looks. And then in the future, as it evolves, we can figure it out from that. Maybe just let us know if you do a token post this event, where will people find out about that?
Sure, that's a great question. I think currently our platforms are definitely currently they're being produced, they're being built up, because we haven't developed much, I guess you could say, front-facing social media architecture for this. But
your X handle is?
But my X handle is NISHPRASH. I think all you'll see is a picture of my cat, so I hope you enjoy that. But apart from there, I guess take a look there for any new updates and anything upcoming.
Right, and guys, be aware that Kickstart is a permissionless launchpad, and so sometimes tokens do get launchpad, but that X handle will likely be the one that says, hey, this is officially live. So just want to make sure everyone's aware of that. Cool, guys. Am I missing anything? Anything you want to add to this stream?
I think that's it. I think you did. I think we kind of went over everything we wanted to go over. Thank you so much for helping out so much. Yeah.
Good job, guys, and good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys. All right. That was what was your platform again? Parabola, right? Parabola. Guys, that was Parabola. All right, awesome. Guys, I did 10 yesterday, so brain's a little cooked. I'm your second follower. Top Fumbler is one of our top traders. Absolute legend is your second follower, by the way.
Oh, that's
all right. Hey guys, I'm a big fan about, you got man in the arena, right? You got to have a live token, be in the game. So we'll keep in touch with those guys. I think we're interested in that. Also, Totalis, if you remember, there was that guys that came on that raised $500,000 from from YCOM, and they were working on some sort of prediction market kind of front end as well. So guys, I'm so glad we got the audio dialed. That was ended up being just a mistake on my end, so apologies there. Yeah, we got the next team teed up here in a moment. Yeah, all right, we're good to go whenever. All right, I'm just posting some links, guys. Chill did a great job, by the way. I was watching, I was listening into Chill for the last little bit. He was cooking. I thought it was really interesting. I saw the Anthony Pompliano tweet as well, and I really agree with what Chill was talking about. I don't know about the whole extended Bitcoin bear market situation, but yeah, here we go. Second interview of the day. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm Caroline.
Caroline, all right. So I'm gonna get you to hold that nice and close there, and yeah, let's start names and the project that you are pitching today.
Yeah, so I'm Caroline Terry. I work at Halifax Health, so I actually work in healthcare, and I graduated 2 years ago with my bachelor's in computer science from Embry-Riddle over in Daytona. So we are Project Rhythm, and before I keep going, I do want to go ahead and give.
Please.
Oh, yeah. So my name is Martin, and I'm currently a student at the University of Waterloo, and I'm graduating this year, so I just been going to a lot of hackathons, building a lot of apps, building a lot of web apps, mobile apps, and basically everything. And I also study math. So yeah, that's my background.
Did you say Halifax, Nova Scotia?
No, actually, it's in Daytona. So
okay. I thought you were both Canadian. I'm from Toronto, by the way. So I was like, shout out to my fellow Canadians. But all right, okay. Sorry. Why don't you explain your product? Maybe start there.
Yeah, so our project is called Rhythm. It's an app, and we actually have it on the secret phones that they gave out. So we did go ahead and we used that for our demo video. But basically what it is a routine app to help people build healthy routines. So they do have apps similar that exist nowadays, where you basically have like a checklist, like did you drink, did you take your medicine, did you go for a walk. But the issue with these apps is they don't actually verify that people do these tasks.
Yeah.
So you can just click done and it'll take it off the list. And ours makes sure that users do it by using the video verification, and then the user will get a reward in credits, and that's kind of where the crypto aspect comes in. So they'll be rewarded in credits, and then it's pegged to USDC. So from there, they can do all the
Awesome.
stuff.
I have to ask, do you guys have a token yet live on Easy A Kickstart?
Not yet. I mean,
Not yet.
You can talk a little more if you want.
Like I launched like a different project there. Like the one that I launched for this like hackathon was just using was within the confinement of what this like hackathon requires. So my project on Kickstart was like a different one.
No worries.
But also use like video verification AI. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so talk to me a little bit about the business model here. So you get users on, they're earning tokens, which I'm assuming will be launched on EZA at some point. And do I have that right? Like, how do you guys make money from this product specifically?
Yeah. So our first go-to market will be like the most profitable industry for this, which is basically health insurance, because things like Medicare, like Medicaid, if you don't like take your medication every day, you'll basically end up like causing a lot of like inefficiency, like draining a lot of money. So they have a real incentive to use this product.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, kind of to piggyback off of what Martin's saying, my dad currently takes care of my grandma, and every day he has to drive over there and check on her and make sure she took her medication and everything. It'd be much more efficient if there was like a process already for that, so that he doesn't have to do it. Another feature we would like to add into our app in the future is like a caregiver connectivity. So if they don't do a task, it'll notify somebody so they know to go check on this person and be like, hey, did you take your medication today? Obviously there's a lot of aging people and a lot of people with like ADHD or autism, just forgetfulness. Everyone's forgetful. So it's also great for building routines. So if you want to be able to earn credits from just doing daily things, you can do that as well.
There's also a lot of company insurance plans that they pay premiums based on their employees, but also could benefit from something like this if they could get lower premiums per se.
Oh yeah.
Because the health outcomes are better. Now, I believe you have a clinical background. Is that what I understood?
Oh, yeah. So I do see some of the financial sides of it, and something like this would be very, very useful, especially for people with like dementia or just aging. A lot of money gets pumped into that. So
one of the big things, investors or traders may look at, or people look at, is just the personal background and skill set that makes the product kind of successful. And actually, I have the product up right here. Can you just maybe explain really quick your unique background that you think is kind of living in this product?
So yeah, so another thing to consider is, there's a lot of aging people and maybe not as many people coming up right now to take care of them when they get older. But the population now is a bit more tech savvy than they used to be. So our product, great for that. Great for also the young people. But we'll go ahead and we'll get started with our product.
Hey, want to give a quick demo?
Yeah.
So I do GitHub is a little buggy like that. So sometimes I like the videos just like buffering.
No worries.
So here,
It was starting with the credit card there, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So right now you see like these are things that are unique to Solana Mobile, which is their seed vault. So that's how the login is. And then here's like homepage. Here we went to the routines page, and you see all these different categories of routines. So this is an example of drinking water, and then you just like switch to the selfie camera, and then start recording, and then actually drinking the water, and then ending the recording. So then after recorded, it gets sent to the Amazon Nova 2 Lite model, which can process videos. So yeah, you get sent this like reward, and then some more like things that are unique to Solana Seeker, which are these like transactions.
And you're hacking in the Solana Seeker track, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so good luck on your final pitch or your final submission. If you guys win, what happens next?
Oh yeah, if we win, then we get some more like capital, like Seeker tokens that we can use to like continue this product to something like bigger.
Awesome. And then if you guys decide to launch a token on EZA, how will people know that you're doing that? Will it be an announcement on X or?
Oh yeah.
And so what is that X handle? What do you think?
Like
What's your X username?
Just my first name, like MARTINLIU, and then TMRW.
TMRW. Okay, so that's the X handle. You guys can go follow if you'd like to stay kind of up to date with this project. Is there anything else that I'm missing? Anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I have nothing more to add.
Awesome. Well, good luck, guys. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you on EZA at some point. So thanks for joining the show.
Yeah, you too.
All right, see ya. All right. Thanks, guys. All right, that was Rhythm. The Rhythm team. All right. All right, guys, we're getting the next folks teed up. The drone guys actually just presented here. I'll see if I can show you this, guys. Why is this not? Oh, that's kind of stuck on there for right now. But yeah, the drone guys were just presenting. And by the way, you see all the people behind me? I think this is a mix of VCs and a mix of people that might be investors that are watching on. There's a bunch of people that are not part of the hackathon that are watching some of these submissions. So just keep note. That's just an anecdotal take on my part based on who I've seen back here. GMCG Maru, I know you're tuning in from, I believe, Japan. Good to see you. Oh yeah, hey, come on. Yeah.
I didn't know what the deal was here. Just
Yeah, or you could. I was just people are just using this on here, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no worries.
I want to do this way.
Yeah, perfect. Remind me your name again. Derek.
Yeah.
All right, so you're Derek. You have to hold it nice and close just so the audio quality is good.
I'm just curious. Why do you prefer people to hold this?
To compete with that audio.
As compared to, it's better than putting it on.
Oh no, it's just because we're. It's hard to just take it on and off people while I'm constantly filtering teams in. So it's just easier if they're holding on to it. Okay, we got Derek here, and I'm trying to remember. You pivoted a little bit. What's the app?
I pivoted. Yeah, I built an app around sleep.
Sleep, right? Because when we talked at the rooftop, you were doing around human connection.
Oh well, that's my main project. That's that's my full-time thing. But for the hackathon, I thought we had to do stuff that you come up with here and work on fresh.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about your sleep app, what it's called, and do you have a live token yet for it?
No live token.
Okay.
Can you help me get one live token?
Well, on EZA Kickstarter, you can launch one.
I could.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll find out. No live token yet because I just came up with the idea kind of yesterday. But yeah, it's called Thrive. And I didn't realize that sleep is a really big problem. You know how big it is? Do you remember?
I have 2 kids, 2 young kids, and yes, I do know how big of a problem it is.
But monetarily, like it's a big monetary problem.
Okay, tell me about that.
$1.4 trillion is lost because of people not having good sleep. I think it's like maybe 1.2 million car accidents because people don't have enough sleep. So yeah,
And Derek, you have a medical background. Can you just talk about that real quick?
Sure. I did the good Asian thing, studied medicine, and then I left.
So you're a doctor?
I was, yes.
Yeah. So you have a clinical background. You're building this sleep product. Maybe from a clinical standpoint, what happens physiologically to people when they don't get enough sleep?
You know what? There's a ton of stuff that happens. I mean, obviously your immune system goes down. I can't remember all the things because there's so many things, but pretty much it affects every aspect of your being. And you just can't think properly. You know how it's like. Your eyes feel sore. Your whole body feels weak. It's just like affects your whole being. So it's sleep is, sleep is the most important thing that has the biggest impact on how you feel, how long you live, how healthy you are, compared to all the other things. The best thing for you is getting enough good sleep. And the problem is, it's probably one of the most challenging things because I know I'm constantly being challenged whether I can get enough sleep. And I know many people have that problem, right? Everyone usually says, I don't have enough sleep.
Yeah, sleep maxing is actually a kind of a theme. There's mattress companies out there doing it, or a Ring is trying to do stuff with different data points. Maybe talk a bit about your app experience when a user opens it. What's the actual experience like, and how do you see it in kind of playing in those other products out there?
Well, I can show you.
Please.
Yes, I did. I
didn't get a camera up there.
Oh, okay. I didn't get a chance to show it on the on stage because it didn't connect. But this is my first time, using. This is my first time building a mobile app, and I'm usually an Apple user, so this is all foreign to me. Like building a Android thing took quite a long time just to get things sorted. But anyway, I managed to build something that has some functionality. You can have a look here.
Let's show it up there.
We can see that.
So it'll be a bit tough here, guys, to show this.
But basically, the idea is that it's not just about yourself, because a lot of fitness trackers only think about themselves, or they're only targeting the user. But mine is kind of really working on the user and two of their friends. The idea is that you want to get together, you want to make a commitment with a couple of friends, stake some soul, make a commitment to at least get 7 hours of sleep a day. And when you make that commitment, you can get your money back. But if you actually do well, you can actually win some money because there will be a pool, and hopefully down the track we'll have sponsors that can, add a little bit more incentive to hit those highs. And so, but yeah, basically you get incentivized by not just your performance, but making sure everyone in your team does well.
So through a little social pressure, as we
exactly
like to say.
Social positive pressure.
So we see
That's
on the
plan.
screen here, we see 3 bubbles. That's you in the middle and your 2 friends.
Yeah,
right
exactly.
there.
And that's just how they're doing.
Right. And then so there's a big red button. Can you just explain how you track the actual sleep?
Yeah. So because this is only 24 hours, I didn't have time to integrate it into say an Aura Ring or a Whoop.
Maybe talk about the going to bed and then waking up. What are you doing as a user here?
So basically, pretty much everyone, this is the last thing you touch and the first thing you touch for most people is a phone. So before you go to sleep, there's a button here where you just say, I'm going to sleep. And then as soon as you click it, you can see it starts counting down. It starts a stopwatch, basically, for your sleep.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
It says, and guys, this is terrible because our light's there.
Yeah,
but you'll see that blue rotating thing at the bottom.
Yep.
I don't know how to call it, a circle. And then, okay, so
that will go to 1 minute very soon. Maybe I need to put the seconds on it so it's a bit more obvious that it's clicking.
So you click it when you're there, and then you put your phone down.
Exactly.
You go to bed, and then, as you mentioned, very accurate, because what is the first thing you guys do when you wake up in the morning? It's probably you're checking your crypto prices to see how your bags are doing. But then you're clicking, I'm waking up. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Gives you that kind of
that gives you an idea of the sleep time. And the thing is, because this is a Solana phone, it has the hard wallet or seed vault built in. So it's connected to a wallet. And you can actually use that. So just say I finished sleeping. It'll tell you how long I've slept, which is less than a minute because we just did it. And then you click the button here to confirm and log the sleep. And what happens is it brings up the wallet, the wallet on the phone, right?
There's
your
a
wallet,
transaction.
transaction. So you approve it, and you use the little the fingerprint sensor there. So basically, it's an online attestation that you slept X number of hours.
And that's a signature, not an estimated
Yeah, it's a signature.
transaction.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly, a signature.
So where does the financial component come into? Are you and your friends staking up some
Exactly.
soul?
You're
and
staking. You don't have to, but the idea is that you stake something.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't have to be very much. And at the end of the week, if you all hit your commitment, you get your money back. But more importantly is that if
you get
actually,
your money back.
you get your money back. But if you're actually doing it well, and sleep and getting 7 hours of sleep a night for say 7 nights in a row, which is a 7-day streak, amazing. I don't know whether I've ever done that, but if you do a 7-day streak of 7 hours, you'll get a multiple of that. You can get up to you get these points. I've called them Z's. So you can get up to say over 400 Z's. And so for the people that are super focused on getting their sleep, they'll probably rise to the top of the leaderboard, and you will get some rewarded by our sponsors.
Amazing. Okay. And so just trying to think of my next question. I totally blanked on it. So you're in this hackathon, you submit it. Let's say you're successful, you win. Kind of what's the next step here? You don't have a token yet today on EZA Kickstart, but maybe talk about the next steps after this. If you are successful, will you launch a token to be a part of this application?
I really don't know enough about it. I need to investigate. Can you educate me on it? Tell me how that works.
So guys, all you remember the old Believe app ecosystem. It was this concept that you have a token, it starts at a really low market cap because these are really early ideas, and then people can trade it, and it trades up and down based on whatever you're building, and if people think it's getting traction or not. The market's deciding alongside you if it's a good idea or not. And so we call these things idea coins. And then there's kind of this other infrastructure around, how do you tie value to the token? Is it tied to the business? Is it integrated into the product? And there's all sorts of structures. And you guys know about the A structure, Bedrock, et cetera. We've talked about it on the show a lot. But that's kind of the evolution of it. The idea is that these people are here to back you at this early start. You get 1% of the transaction fees, which ideally are enough to help you kind of bootstrap, but also allow you to raise venture funding too as you get some traction. And then ideally down the road, you're kind of figuring out as the laws kind of evolve a little bit, how do you incorporate the token as part of the overall business?
Right.
So that if, Garmin comes along and says, hey, I want to buy your application for $50 million, the token holders are a part of that journey with you because they were there with you at the beginning. So that's kind of how these early kind of tokens work.
Okay. All right. So I could make some Z tokens, could I? Maybe.
You can make some Z tokens. But
then if people buy the tokens and then I'm giving them away in the app, that doesn't really work, does it?
Well, if they buy the token, that means there's a market price for it. So that when you give it away in the app, it actually means there's real value versus something that's valueless. And you can then use that as a marketing incentive. Hey, we'll give you $1 or $2 of Z tokens. Download the Sleep app today, right? And people say, oh, $2, I'd love to try that out, right? And maybe that's the token that you're using in the app. So people have to buy a little. Maybe they get a little bit of their Z tokens for free at the beginning.
Right.
But if they want to re-up their Z tokens, they go to the market and they buy it. So again, you're creating kind of this economy around the Z token. That's a user acquisition flywheel, but also includes the token holders in the success upside in the product.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Gives me a little bit of a taste. I need
something to think about. So Derek, nothing yet on the token, but as you go down this journey, if you win and it's successful, where can people follow you on X?
You can find me at Derek Su, just my name, pretty boring. Derek Su, yeah, that's it, at Derek Su, DERICKSIU.
Awesome. Okay, guys, we'll make sure Cade gets Derek's handle so that it'll be in the recording. But keep an eye on Derek. He is a doctor, was formerly a doctor. So we do like that on the show, is those unique industry-specific skill sets that are building these products rather than someone who's not from that industry. So
thank you.
All right, Derek.
All right.
Nice to meet you.
Appreciate the time.
Yeah.
Lovely seeing you.
Yeah, lovely seeing you again. Good luck, okay?
All right, thank you.
Safe flight back to Australia when you do. All right, guys. Derek's a really good guy. I actually met him a few nights ago at a party. So we like Derek. All right, guys. What's up? Yeah, welcome. I'm Josh.
Josh, I'm Nate.
Josh.
Nice to meet you, Josh.
Have a seat, gentlemen. All right, we got about 640 live today.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, thanks for having us on today. We're super excited about it.
Yeah. So
Everything
Mike,
going on.
nice and close. And why don't you just start with your name and what you're building today?
Yeah. So my name is Nate Paulo. Today, we actually didn't know we were going to be in the hackathon. We got here on Tuesday, thought that this was pretty cool. And we were like, I mean, we're builders. So with the builder mindset, we were like, let's build something. So we came up with the idea for Agent Pay. You want to talk a little bit about it?
Yeah, I got it. I'm Laird. We came up with Agent Pay about 48 hours ago. What it is a way for SMEs to implement chatbots on their websites that allow for AI agents to use API endpoints and do microtransactions within those SME businesses.
Got it. Chatbots are a fundamental part of any marketing strategy for any company. What is your product kind of uniquely? How do you guys think about your unique products positioning in that? Like, what does it do specifically for an SME today that they aren't doing with other chatbots?
Yeah, exactly. So today in the new age of the internet, you'll see a lot of companies like Anthropic, Perplexity. They're making all these computer use tools to have clients with personalized AI agents to do their shopping, to do their bookings, to do all these things. So allowing for SMEs or small businesses to have chatbots that the agents can communicate with through API endpoints can allow for these agents to really easily book and control things within the website instead of having to scrape or have credit card information, just an ease of use.
So is it, can I ask a follow on, is it for humans to interact with or for agents that are coming to the website to interact with?
So our main goal is with the big rise of the AI agents and all the buzz with that, our main goal was to kind of give them a way to interact and do commerce, because a lot of local small businesses, SMEs, they don't have a way to accept agentic commerce. And with that on the rise, we saw a market there, and we think that there's, yeah.
But it also can be used for humans as well. Say, for example, you have a Phantom wallet. It uses the 4 HTTP X402 transaction paywall to allow for humans to be on the website and connect their wallets and crypto to make those micro transactions as well.
We've seen Google come out a standard for agent commerce for small business. We've seen, obviously, there's X402. There's .md files that are now being put on websites to help agents navigate websites and whatnot. So you guys are kind of at the beginning of this kind of burgeoning layer of commerce infrastructure for agents. What do you think is your unique go-to-market with SMEs? You know, hey, I call up the local food establishment saying, hey, agents are now ordering food on the human's behalf.
Exactly.
You're not set up today. We need to get you set up because you're missing out on business.
So with our service, it's pretty easy that the AIs can go in and they can book, they can transact, make appointments through the microtransactions. That can be done through the chat or just through the AI. And you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think there's anything to add to that. It's pretty good.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Okay, so tell me a bit about, are you guys on EasyA Kickstart today?
We are not.
Do you have a live
not
token?
We are not on EasyA Kickstart.
Okay, do you guys have plans that if you're successful today, maybe that you do put a token on EasyA Kickstart in the future?
We definitely would look into it. I think all opportunities, if we do well, are worth looking into. I think we have a good idea. I think we performed really well on stage. So I think it's just a matter of seeing how the judges agree with our idea and agree with our future endeavors. And if they think that we're doing the right thing, I think that working with EasyA to make a token would be a potentially good idea.
Awesome. And just so people know where to find you guys, what is your X handle that you would announce that if you end up doing a token, let's say?
I guess we're going with the name Agent Pay right now.
We're gonna think of that in a little bit. When
Maybe
we
your
say,
personal X account so they can just follow you.
Okay. Instagram, laird.miller, laird.miller.
And mine is Nate Paulo 43. Paulo is spelled Paulo. So
on X?
On X, yes, on X. So I'll announce that on my personal account when we get an account going. I mean, see
No,
the
hey,
results here.
we
And
just want our viewers to know where they can get the right information.
Yeah, of course.
Because EZA is a permissionless platform and sometimes tokens get launched. So I want to make sure that they find it from the right areas. Okay, really cool. Is there anything that we missed? Maybe on the business model real quick.
Yeah.
How do you guys make money from this? Is it a subscription model? How do you think about that?
So we actually don't require these small businesses to have any API keys to implement it. So we would go in, whether they have a WordPress site or anything like that, and they can implement the chatbot right there, and that would come with all the infrastructure. We would build out a special JSON for them, and so all the context would be there for the agents, because the big problem right now is they're not able to find the small businesses. So I think that's a big differentiator as well. They're able to find us in the businesses through those files and locate that, more of an agent-friendly sort of way to speak. Something that.
Yeah, that's great. That would be absolutely a pain point that we would push on for these SMEs, is allowing for the actual infrastructure for the AI agents to recognize that they have these API endpoints that they can utilize with these microtransactions. But we've also built out all the chatbot infrastructure to implement the chatbots for the clients, the humans, and also the AI agents accessing these websites as well.
Awesome. Do you want to add that?
I mean, yeah, you asked how we could be profitable doing this. So we think the main way that could happen is by taking a transaction fee, possibly, or we're also looking into just selling it as a SaaS as well. So either way, on that subscription basis, just any way we can kind of cater to the business's needs, I think.
I come back to food delivery because people are using their agents for that. There was one time Yelp, people had to convince businesses to use Yelp reviews. There was a time when Uber Eats was launching and people had to convince small, medium-sized food places to use Uber Eats. I think you guys are the next wave potentially of that upgrade cycle for small business.
We hope
Does
so.
that sound fair?
We hope so.
Yep. A huge upgrade, because everyone's starting to use AI agents. You see Claudebot, the hype with Claudebot. I couldn't see a post on Instagram that wasn't about Claudebot for like 2-3 weeks. And these AI agents that are personalized for consumers, they're really kind of allowing them to have more control over what's being done. And our system being implemented would be like the next Uber Eats, would be like the next DoorDash or whatever for, implementing.
Yeah. You say food delivery. How easy would it be to go on a chatbot and say, I want mac and cheese, and then it just shows up at your doorstep rather than going into the app, ordering it. So if we can get closer to that
Is there a layer
step,
here where it says, I want mac and cheese, I send the order out, but then I maybe change my mind, and then the agent then goes to the service on the website and says, hey, just to let you know, they've updated their orders. Is that kind of the use case for having a customer service protocol for the agents?
Yeah, and I think you bring up a good point, but I also think focusing necessarily on the food delivery implementation isn't necessarily our niche. We want to look bigger than that. We want to look at multiple businesses that could be implementing this kind of workflow into their systems. And if an AI agent is trained to, when a client or a user says, I'm hungry, order a certain type of food, if the user says, actually, no, I don't want that, I want something different, absolutely, we could make it so that the chatbot has communication with the clients, utilizing it to change their order. I feel like that'd be relatively simple, actually.
Yeah, got it. Maybe just last to end us off, founders are a big part of success of businesses. Can you tell me about your unique kind of skill sets or point of view on the market that may lead to success here?
Yeah, so I'm a recent college graduate. I'm attending Carnegie Mellon University next year for information systems. So I think I just graduated with a business degree, and I found AI along the way and completely taught myself how to code and build from the ground up. And I think learning those things on my own and really finding that passion on my own, along with the business that I've learned along the way, really gives me a unique blend of technical skills and business skills. So I'm really looking forward to just what I could do with that and bring there. Yeah. You got that?
Yeah, I'm kind of over the board. I do real estate development by trade, but I also developed Rental Calc AI, which is an AI integrated rental real estate analysis software. You can plug into city and state. It'll search that entire city and state and analyze that market for the best performing rental properties for sale. It does a ton of other stuff like that, and I developed it all single-handedly. So I have tons of experience in the founder field and raising capital and putting in systems that people want to see and users want to have happen.
Awesome, guys. Anything else you want to add? Or is that we cover it all thoroughly?
Now let's go agent pay.
Yeah.
Go
Let's
agent
go. Hopefully
pay.
we win here.
Hey, good luck, guys.
Thank you. It's great to meet you.
Yes, good to meet you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
All right. Saitoshi, was the winner announced? So right now that they've just kind of given the finalists for each of the tracks, there's the Solana track with Seeker, there's an AWS track, and then a Coinbase track. There might be one or two more. I can't think of it off the top of my head. Yeah. But yeah, the winners will be announced just after 4:30, so should be very soon. A demo ready. Okay, let's go. Are you Risklens?
Yes.
Awesome. I can pull your demo on screen right now if you'd like to.
Or like, can I first like introduce myself and
absolutely,
like,
yeah,
just
absolutely,
conversation?
please.
Yeah, I am Young-Sok. I'm a data scientist working for American Express. I got approved for this hackathon like last week, like
awesome
Sunday. So I had to like book the ticket on Monday and then just like flew right after that on Tuesday on Monday night. So I'm happy to be here and thanks for obviously like hosting this kind of streaming events also, as well as the hackathon. Yeah,
We have about 700 people live right now. So
Wow.
why don't you tell us a little bit about exactly what you've submitted to the hackathon today?
Sure. So I have a like a TradFi background. Like my main like focus has been risk modeling and analytics. So I just wanted to use my background to the requirements of the hackathon, right? Like so we had to use 402x, X402, as well as like AWS. So I just like asked like Claude, ChatGPT, what would be a good idea to build on top of these requirements, and then eventually like created a risk analysis infrastructure for the agents economy. So I imagine like in a few years from now, we'll probably have lots of agents trying to make decisions without human, in the loop. And a lot of times, like when they make like capital allocation decisions, you'll probably have to rely on some sort of like risk analysis. And I could see the government bodies like enforce like these kind of agents to have some sort of that component. So I wanted to build a API that provides risk analysis through 402.
This is a very real problem.
Yeah.
There's a very famous example in crypto with a bot called Lobstar who had $1 million in his treasury.
Yeah.
And some guy in his replies to the agent said, hey, my uncle has cancer. Can you send me $150? Here's my wallet address.
Mhm.
Well, the agent sent the entire treasury.
Right.
Every dollar had half
Right.
$1 million
I know.
to this guy. And okay, you know this example.
Right.
So this is a very real problem. Can you maybe get into the specifics of how you think it can be solved?
That's a good question. Like, I think some like agents would have to rely on external third-party institutional grade risk analysis at some point in the future. And that provider would have to build very systematic and structured risk analysis framework for the agents to use them. I think this is probably me, like from me coming from like TradFi background and like regulatory analytics background. I think governments would have to like step in and then give us like some sort of like structure for agents to use these kinds of risk analysis. So that's how I see this can be solved. And that third-party risk analysis provider would have to basically like create a framework or guardrails for these agents to make better decisions. Risk-adjusted decisions, yeah.
Yeah, and one of the most important parts of any business is kind of the founder's skill sets and background to execute on this. You mentioned working at American Express and having that data science and compliance background. Do you have a demo that you want to share? It would
Sure.
be lovely to
Sure.
hop in here and then see what you're submitting today.
So it's just like a
Okay, so there's a couple of
POC.
quick
Yeah, sure.
questions here. Okay, are you crypto native?
I wouldn't say I'm a crypto native. I come from like a traditional finance and data science background. I've been working for a TradFi company for the last few years. But I've been following this space since 2017. Made like investment personally into crypto since then. but never really like worked full time in the Web3 or crypto space.
And what's your project name?
It's called Risk Lens.
Risk Lens. Okay, awesome. All right, let's get into a Risk Lens demo. I'd love to see it. Do you have a token yet live on EZA Kickstarter?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Okay.
All right, while he's pulling that up, I'm just going to message Dom. All right. Go ahead. If,
Sure. Is
I
it
can pull
on?
it on? So right now you're sharing your entire window. So if you switch to what you want to show, it will show up here, and I'll pull it on stage.
I don't mind like sharing the whole screen, or do you want me to like share like specific window?
So right now it's, if you can see this, it's showing the screen.
Oh,
guard.
yeah,
So
like
yeah,
this-
if you
yeah.
switch to that,
Got
it
it.
should.
You
Okay.
see it?
No, I don't. So you might have to just stop sharing and then reshare it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So yeah. So if you go screen share screen, yeah. Then you can pick a. Is it a tab you'd like to, or the entire window?
Entire screen. Let me
there
just
you go.
entire
Okay.
screen. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
perfect. It's now added to our show. There you go.
How many people are watching it? Can I ask?
Almost 700.
Oh wow. Wow. Okay, so I'll just like share like a video with you guys.
Go for it.
Because like, if I run the exact demo on Python, it'll probably cause some errors. So yeah, this is just like using mock data and hypothetical scenarios, right? Imagine you're a hedge fund, treasury, or whatnot that wants to make capital allocation decisions on DeFi protocol, right? Like for example, we have lending protocol, like RWA assets. I mean, if you're making,
so the client there is more. It's not like, oh, I'm buying something and I'm delegating to my agent and hoping they're transacting with the right vendor. You're talking about larger capital decisions.
yes, correct. Because like if you're a retail user trying to make $5,000, capital decision, like you probably wouldn't need to call API and then pay for it, right?
Right.
However, let's say you're an LP trying to invest in Maple.
Famous example.
Yep. You wouldn't mind like spending 50 cents. It can be like expensive for a API call, but it's like worth it. Like if it gives you like good information that which you can use to make better decision, right? So that was like 50 cents risk analysis, but here you have like more expensive one, $3 one. It comes with like full credit risk, liquidity risk, market risk report, which are basically created by our agents. However, obviously, I mean, I come from compliance background, like compliance analytics background, so these can be improved in the future. But basically, this is what I built for the last 2 days. And here, let's say you're an institution trying to make $5 million decision. You wouldn't mind like spending $10 to avoid like any compliance issue or to avoid like any black swan events, right?
And like you mentioned, this might be mandated at one point by a regulator.
Yeah, that's what I envision and what I foresee. But
who is the
you never know.
regulatory body for things like this? Is it like chartered professional accountants, or is it industry specific? Who would mandate something like this, do you think?
That's a good
doesn't
question.
seem like there's any regulation really with agents around
Right.
this kind of stuff yet. I'm sure they're working on it.
Yeah,
But
I know, right? So I mean, whether it's SEC or CFTC or like some other government body, like FINRA, yes, yeah,
probably FINRA.
FINRA,
maybe,
yeah. Like Moody's been there for I don't know, like probably 70 years or more. And other credit rating providers as well as like Bloomberg, like they're not there just for no reason, right? So
Yeah.
I could see, and like they're like so old and outdated, so I don't think like they'll be able to like deliver good results in this specific domain, which is at the cross section of agents as well as DeFi protocols. So I don't know, like maybe in the future, like we'll get to know.
Sure.
Yeah.
So maybe talk about your submission. You've submitted this to the hackathon, and what happens next if you win? Let's say you win. What's kind of your next steps after this? Would you use that grant financing to kind of pursue this full time? What do you think your next steps might be?
That's a good question. I've never thought about it. I just
no
like
worries, yeah.
just like built it because like it sounds like a good idea. I thought I'll be able to use my background and like some new technologies like X402. And I mean, if I won the grant, I'll probably, I mean, regardless of winning the competition, I'll probably just like spend the next few weeks to just improve this
Awesome.
project, and then like maybe put like real like raw data to this, because like these are based on like mock
Yep.
data and like hypothetical scenarios. So yeah, that's what I'd be doing.
Risk Lens, does it have a X account that people can kind of follow the project?
I haven't made one yet.
Do you have
but
an X account?
I do.
Yeah.
It's HYS World. Like my name is like Hwang Yongsuk. That's like my Korean name,
Yeah.
and like it's just the initials HYS WORLD. HYS World. So
All right,
that's
that's where you can go follow Hang Sung.
Yongsuk.
Youngsung.
Yeah.
And awesome. I guess yeah. I mean that's I think all. Anything else that you want to end it off with, or we covered all the bases?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for again having
Yeah.
me and like
Awesome.
hosting this, and hope you guys see you soon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you're from South Korea, right?
Originally from Korea, but I live in Europe.
Okay,
so, yeah.
cool. I was gonna say South Korea's stock market is like ripping right now.
I know,
which is
yeah.
crazy.
I should have invested in that
Yeah,
instead
I
of
was gonna say, how's your
Ethereum,
you got some Samsung
Solana,
stock,
yeah.
you know, like some SanDisk.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
Youngsung is really nice.
Yeah,
to meet
nice
you.
and pleasure to meet you. Yeah,
Pleasure.
thank you guys.
All right, that's Risk Lens, guys. So we'll keep an eye on Risk Lens, and we'll let you know if he does launch a token, where to follow those accounts accurately. We got Cade behind the camera here, getting all the socials, right, Cade? All right.
Josh, we're gonna demo too.
All right, awesome. Welcome. I'm Josh. Welcome. Hi, welcome to the stream. All right. So we have 700 live right now. Maybe start with your project name and your personal name as well.
Okay, so my name is Nadia, and our project name is Gigi. I'm software engineer, 10 years, building different things in blockchain.
My name is Kenny Johns, and I am a Web3 founder. I've worked with like intellectual property, RWAs, and everything. But yeah, I've basically always been like a project manager, and project manager, and we just met 2 days ago and started crushing Gigi.
Awesome. So what is Iggy? Give us the TLDR, and then maybe we can get into a demo as well.
Okay, cool. So essentially for this track, it was X402 and AWS. And the idea is that agents don't have wallets. They can't pay. There's really no way that they can be, rational economy workers. So we essentially created a kind of future commerce marketplace where they can do missions and gigs and jobs essentially. But any agent or human can create a job, and then any agent or human can claim a job. But all of this happens with zero banks. Everything happens on chain, super fast and low, cheap cost payment settlement, and then everything's powered on the back end by AWS Bedrock and things like that.
Amazing.
There's a lot more to it, but I don't want to go too long.
Yeah, no worries. And Maru just asked, is it Vicky or Iggy? Iggy?
Oh, it's Gigi, like a gig, like a job gig.
Okay, got it.
Because it's mission, we call them missions, but it's really just jobs that basically like we created a whole marketplace where anybody can, I guess, assign work, claim work. There's review processes and things in place
Got
as
it.
well. But yeah, it's Gigi, Giggy.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's something like Upwork, but for agents, but also humans can apply for and claim the job. But it's the same, like Upwork works. But imagine that there is no Upwork that holds the funds and everything, and you don't need to pay fees. just marketplace that operates without centralization.
Yeah. Do you want to show a demo, or does it help explaining me maybe real quick the life cycle of a task, right? Like I'm a human, I put a task up, or how's the workflow work for? Yeah.
It might actually, like, it's very fast.
Absolutely. No, we love live demos on the show, and actually right here I have your demo.
I didn't know if you were going to talk and I was going to demo. Or how do you want to do it?
Okay.
Okay, cool. So as you can see, and again, this is a hackathon.
Of course, yeah.
But basically, these are all jobs that we've already ran. So we've already ran these jobs. They've already been claimed and paid for. But, so first thing you got to do, obviously, you got to connect your wallet. And then we have base Sepolia. And then I should have connected this before so you guys weren't lingering.
No worries.
Cool.
Missions for humans and agents. Love that.
Yep, exactly. So anyway, so once you connect the wallet, you can create a new mission. And then you go in here. I'm just going to use one that I've already done for time saving. So I'm just saying, write me a poem and create a short poem about crypto in the style of Robert Frost. Let's just go. I have no idea. And then I'm going to pay $1 any available worker, right? So you can choose humans or agents if you want to. That's up to you. And then you just create your date. Boom. And then the approval success criteria. Again, this can get way more complicated. I'm just trying to keep this very simple. A short poem.
Can agents also post jobs, or is it just humans?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyone can post, and anyone can post and claim. So that's where it can get kind of crazy if you think about it.
Under words.
What's that? Oh yeah, sorry, words, not poems. Thank you so much.
Ah.
Okay, cool. And then obviously I've got my safe wallet.
So there's a wallet approval there.
Yeah,
on
exactly.
step 2 or
Everybody
3.
should be using.
I can explain a bit what's happening on this stage. So when you approve, when you submit this mission, basically first you pay to our escrow service that logs the money on the blockchain. So while agent is claiming the job, funds are already on the blockchain. So so all the agents will be paid if they succeed with the job.
So bummer, I don't have any more Sepolia in my wallet.
Oh wow,
So,
so sad.
so anyways, I'll just walk you through it quick.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
So anyways, you do this. This would not get try again. We used all of our Sepolia. My bad. But as you can see, if you go to the mission market and you go to the dashboard, so this is what you'll see. You'll start to see that one was submitted, and then there'll be a claim process. And if you look at the status, there'll actually be a whole claim process where you can see the job, you see the whole life cycle, and then you can get the transaction hash so you can see that's already happened. The worker agent wallet that did it, and then you can actually see all of the testing. The micropayment was settled, and then you can see the deliverable itself.
I like the chain of custody there in terms of
Exactly.
the actions. That's really nice.
That's right. So you can track every single part of the process. So this eventually creates a trustless, agentic and human commerce marketplace. And then over here, if you look at receipts, you obviously will see that the escrow was released. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I want to say that this agent that claimed and do the job actually also goes for a paid API, and the paid with X402 for paid the content. So this agent works operates very autonomously and can in future can use can use different resources.
Right.
And what's the business model here? How does this platform make money or generate revenue?
Right. So to be fair, we've had 2 days just to build this.
That's fine. Yeah.
So
Hackathon.
I haven't thought too much. The small amount of research that we did on the TAM and the potential business model, right, is so it's about a $1.3 trillion industry. And then it's growing about 15 to 20% year over year. And then there's a 15 to 20% take from each of like the job markets, right? So rough napkin math, that's 150 to 200 million dollars a year. It's actually more once you factor in the 15 to 20 growth. So you can start to see that even if you take a small bit of a couple $100 million or whatever, you start to create profit, right? So I haven't ran the unit economics or
No, of
anything else
course.
like that, but it gives you an idea of like how this can go. And because these transactions are like micro transactions, I mean, insanely cheap, insanely fast, and multi-chain, right? That you can start to see that even if you take a few pennies off every single
Yeah.
transaction, and there could be like job posting, you know, fees and stuff like that, but you can reduce cost by a significant margin and still be an incredibly profitable business.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about EZA in a second, but I want to say something. We've done 400 interviews on MCG, and this is one of the better looking products that I've seen. So kudos to you guys for thinking about the end user and the user experience and what they visually see. I think at hackathons that can be a struggle for some people, of course.
Yeah.
So this looks great. Do you see there kind of being some specialization here that, you know, this looks good so it attracts new users onto the platform because they show up, it feels kind of familiar maybe to a Fiverr or whatnot, and they're like, oh, this feels like it's for me rather than my
Yes.
agent.
Well, exactly how you just described it and exactly what you just said is exactly what went into the plan, right? So we both worked side by side, really focused on the user flow, the back end flow, everything, so that this would feel very comfortable, because that's the point, right? You want this to work for agents and humans, so it has to be fun, it has to be playful, and it has to feel good.
Yeah.
Right? And there's a lot of trust that has to be involved, so you want to convey trust as well.
So I want to get through some questions. This EZA Kickstart is a launch pad, of course. Do you guys have a live token today for this product?
No.
Okay,
No,
not yet.
I mean, we just built this.
Yeah, no, of course. If you are successful, do you think a token plays a role in this economy maybe in the future in any way?
I think possibly. I mean, I've launched tokens. I have a really good understanding of tokenomics and things. And
That's actually the question specifically, Web3 background. Do you want to
Okay.
maybe talk to that a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. So I have another intellectual project that I've launched called Campo. I launched it on Base. I accidentally one time sent like a pump fund token to a couple $1 million market cap just by testing out. There was like a dev tool, the no-code dev tool that.
What was the
somebody
CA of that one?
It was like trash punk or something. Anyways,
Okay.
it was like something super weird, and it was like a $15,000 market cap. Anyways,
Wow.
somebody found out that I was making a game, and I guess, you know, the cabal got involved, if you will, and just
Yeah.
you know, shared that, oh, there's a dev working on the project. Meanwhile, I was just testing out a no-code app,
Yeah.
and it went to a couple $1 million market
That's
cap, which was
amazing.
funny. So I guess I'm just saying I understand how intense
Yep.
token launch can be.
Of
So
course.
I think, and I would want the token to match the business model to some degree. Like, how does
Absolutely.
this make sense? But could it work? I think so, especially considering you're talking about agents and value and things like that.
Yeah, and so this show is backed by Meteor, which is the underlying trading infrastructure for platforms like EZA. We love the positioning of EZA because it's like it starts at a low market caps on a bonding curve, and it's kind of for testing ideas, right? It's like this isn't equity or this isn't fancy tokenomics. It's about let's get some ideas out there, see what has kind of legs, and then it can go from there and evolve from there, and the market can decide alongside you guys what you're doing. That also opens you up to potential users, marketing. You know how this works,
I
right?
do,
So
for sure.
I'm preaching to the choir, of course.
No, but I mean,
love it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's nice to hear more too.
Yeah.
Because again, we've spent the last 2 days just, let's make this look good.
Yeah,
Let's
of
make
course.
this work. Like,
Yeah.
which all were successful. I mean, I'm seeing now my portfolio just loaded, so it must have been slow internet connection.
Yeah.
Anyways.
That's okay. The question here from Maru: what percent does fees Gigi takes? I think we talked about the revenue model, not quite figured out yet. And if you did do a token, it is a 1% trading fee goes to you guys as a developer. But anything else on fees there you want to add, or
No, I think again, because the thing that I like about this business model specifically is that there are so many different touch points, right? So you can create a very low fee environment and still make a lot of money.
Yes, because it's scale, right?
Exactly.
Okay, got it. How do you handle disputes? Really great question, Darth Inferno.
100%. Yep. Oh, do you want me to? Okay. So the thing about disputes is, right, so what you're not seeing on this current version, again, because it's a hackathon submission, what you're not seeing on this version is that before someone can even claim the job, they basically get vetted. So there's an agentic review process where, okay, this person who they say they are? Do they have proof that they've done this type of work before? And same with the agent. Like, is the agent registered?
Right.
Like 8004, for example, for Ethereum, right? Ethereum agents could be an example. And then again, do they have any kind of credibility? Do they have any trust? So then they also have
and
to
that's
post.
really important because that's a core fundamental part of platforms like Fiverr and building trust with
Right.
the seller.
That's
Same
right.
thing with eBay.
That's exactly right. Same thing. You got rating reviews, all that. The other thing that we do, especially because once you get into the agentic economy, we think of transactions at like a human level. Put a lot of thought into something, blah 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 blah. We'll meander about for a long time. But if you look at how fast, agentic decision making happens, those transactions are going to happen so fast. So what we do is, because we don't want bots and spam and all that, we actually will also put like essentially a claim fee. So just to get the job, you have to, one, be proven and verified, and then you also have to post like it's a small amount of money.
Yeah.
But you have to post a small percent, really small, like a penny, to claim like a $5 job or something.
Right.
But there's a couple different check marks, and then at the end there's also a review process of the deliverables and everything else. Again, because we're at a hackathon, we're not going to go that deep, but eventually you could add in like milestones, deliverables, and approval processes.
I love that. Okay, so maybe where can people get a hold of you guys? Does the project have an X handle? Do you guys personally have an X handle?
So we have X handles. We haven't done anything
No, that's fine.
publicly.
What's your X handle so people can follow along?
Yep. So mine is Ken Johns Creates. That's just KenJohns Creates.
Yeah, mine is Nadia0x, NADIIA0x.
Awesome. Well, anything else that we missed, or did we cover it all today?
I think we covered it all. I mean, I would just like to say that, like, for us, one, this was just super fun. Like, we had a blast. So, and thank you also for the time.
Appreciate
and
it.
everything here. And there's so much possibility also with this idea, right? Like, we just barely scratched the surface, and when you think of how work's going to happen in the future, agents, if you think of agents timing out and all this other stuff, like, agents eventually will need to work together to create things and do processes and tasks and everything else. We're at the infancy of humans and agents all working together, and then a secondary economy working while we sleep.
Yeah.
At exponential speed. So that's what really kind of we're planning for, and I think the rails are now in place. Like, what we just did in 2 days is insane.
So we'll see in 2 weeks from now after you guys win, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. Wow, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to add that imagine that, for example, now like with this project, you don't need to have a subscription to Claude or to any model. You can just post the work that you want to be done, like for a really small amount, and this work is done by agent, just without
Other
you paying,
people's subscriptions.
just without a subscription, like that you like monthly pay subscription. There's just imagine any task that now we did only the text tasks, but it also can be design, like whatever, and our like any agent that's built to make this job can create it, and it's really cool.
I love that.
That's a really good.
I would really put that right in the center of your positioning when you talk about this platform, because I think I've never heard someone explain it that way, and that's absolutely right.
Yeah, it's resource management.
Yeah.
But yeah, exactly. Like, again, we're like, all of this is hitting us.
Yeah. All right, guys. That's Giggy. You will see them maybe on Easy A in the future, maybe not, but his X handle. Yeah, thank you.
Thank
really
you so
nice
much.
chat with you.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you so
Good
much.
luck. Okay.
All right. It's back.
Yeah. All right. All right, guys, we're just going to take a quick intermission. Hey guys, we are back with the one and only Vesper right now. We've had about 10 interviews today, rapid succession, teams on EZA. How's it going? Welcome to the EZA Hackathon.
Thank you, Josh. This is really, really incredible. You like have a very kind of like gonzo setup, but you're doing like the Lord's work in terms of like getting founder stories out there and allowing them to like, you know, just have a really cool experience where they are the center of your show. So it's amazing to see you.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Do this.
I think what we love about EZA is that you have this amazing platform where ideas can start and be launched. And the internet can see those ideas, but they're not here.
Yes.
And so what we want to do with MCG is bring kind of the trading community, the investment community along with us.
Yes.
Some have tokens, some don't. But the idea is that, hey, let's follow the builders that started this week. And then as their journey evolves, you know, people can follow along and know who to follow. That's most importantly.
No, I think it's super important because oftentimes we see builders, founders, you know, great executives, leaders in the middle or the end of their journey to greatness. We rarely see them in the early stages. And many times, like, that's where you kind of see the raw talent. And also many times those are the pivotal moments where they actually need someone to step in, hear their story. They need those early supporters to give them momentum, test products. And so one of the things I love about EZA and MCG, EZA gives builders of every level a platform to succeed. So it's not just about like the people who are ready for investment. It's also the people who are still hacking, still figuring out ideas. The Kickstart, that's what the hackathon does really well. They select winners, which, you know, can actually propel someone to a higher stage. And then with EZA's Kickstart Launchpad, that's another way for people to directly say, okay, we're going to speculate on this idea that you presented. We believe in it, so we're going to put some capital towards it, give you some chance to like get momentum. And then, you know, I know that they've gone on to like actually invest in some of the projects that have come through both the Kickstart and the hackathon stage. So EZA is like giving this like very consistent sort of like support to builders from early stage idea all the way up until like seed stage and beyond.
Yeah.
And then MCG, you also follow builders on this journey. You've interviewed people from like hackathon stage all the way up to like, you know,
Avi Patel,
of like, you know, raising a lot of capital. And like every step of the way, like you've questioned, you've researched, you've made sure that people on the other side who want to trade are aware of as much as possible of the information. And I feel like this is one of the really key, valuable, unique selling points of MCG. You research, you ask questions, you provide data, you get like people on the show to speak live. So we're hearing it. It's not like hearsay, it's not secondhand information. And you've built up so many incredible relationships over the last, I think it's almost been a year.
10 months,
10 months? Wow. And I saw the stat, like you dropped someone in the chats, like 380 plus interviews at this stage.
We'll be over 400 after today.
People, like, and that's like really, really, really incredible growth in such a short space of time. And I think it's just really amazing to see EZA and MCG come together because you both complement each other in really incredible ways. And I know that, to be honest, it's just beginning because EZA hosts hackathons, they host so many events. Like Dom and Phil are really relentless. They have such high, optimistic, positive energy, and they've been doing it for years. So they have like a very deep pipeline. And of course, like you, Dom, Chill, you're very experienced at talking to founders. So I feel like for them also, it's a fun experience. Like, you know, so yeah, it's a good thing.
I want to talk about Meteor in a second. Don't worry, that won't disrupt us at all. We're actually about to announce the winners, guys. So we'll keep you on the loop, but we'll get a couple quick questions in here.
Okay.
Meteor is really supporting this early stage ecosystem
Yes.
of ICM. You guys are really the heart of that.
Yes.
Can you give us a quick note on just those efforts and how you see those evolving?
Yeah, I mean, we really believe that the future will be built by founders. It will be built by people in any part of the world coming forward with their ideas, finding traction, and growing cool products. But they need funding and they need support. And going on chain is an incredible way to do this via tokenizing, via building your early community of supporters. It's not an easy problem to solve, but what Meteora has done is provided the infrastructure. So we've been able to support so many launchpads and so many builders by just making it as easy as possible for anyone to create these custom solutions. So EZA have a very customized launchpad for their needs. We have Bags, we have Star, we also have Bedrock, which also provides like legal frameworks that help support founders too. So we're the infrastructure provider for the revolution of ICM and really bringing these types of companies to an on-chain environment.
We're ready to announce the winners, guys. Thank you, Marutu. Thank you to MCG and Meteor, because of MCG I learned about projects and more. TA by Jill. Love it, guys. Vesper, thank you so much.
It's an absolute delight, and congrats to whoever has won. And yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in and following along the stream too. Take care.
Love it. All right, thanks, Vesper. All right, guys, we're about to announce the winners, so get ready. Can you mute the background noise? I think what I'm going to do is change my mic to amplify the background noise so you guys can hear it even. Oh, say it again.
For the Coinbase, AWS team, Solana team as well. Big thank you.
We're about to announce the winners here, so gonna see who they announce and hopefully get these guys on. I'm sure you heard from them already. But everyone's votes.
Why don't you walk that mic right up there? All right, what we're going to do, guys, is walk the mic up so you guys can hear Dom talking.
Just really brought people from all over the world, because it's a very simple truth, but we need to remind ourselves there's only one race, the human race, and we're all here together. I also want to thank another young lady who's in the audience. It's Dr. Lisa Cameron. If you'd like to stand up, Dr. Cameron, because she was a member of Parliament for many, many years, and she founded the UK-US Crypto Alliance to bring the UK and America together in looking at all these things, AI, crypto, Web3. So thank you, Lisa, for making this possible. Some of you may not know that I'm based in LA, and of course, LA is Lower Acton in West London. It's not Los Angeles. But I want to start off very briefly by asking you, what is your USP, your selling point? When I came into the House of Lords, I was ennobled by the Queen. I was the only black lord, which is like a senator. I was the only black lord out of 1,800. Yeah. But that was not my unique selling point. As my mother used to say, being black is not a profession. You've got to have the skills. So whatever color you are, whatever background you're from, what is your unique selling point? Please be thinking about that. My father was born in Trenchtown, Jamaica, Kingston, where Bob Marley was born and raised. It's a very poor area. He was the 7th of 8 children. During the day, he used to drive taxis for American tourists. And during the night, he studied accountancy. They didn't have electricity, so he had the torchlight to read the books. Somebody stole his torch, so they then got a candle to study, and then eventually he qualified as an accountant, and he came to England, and he got a great job as a cleaner. Yeah, what he got.
And he was frustrated and he was angry. He didn't know what to do. There was a lot of racism in those days. But during the break, lunch break, he didn't drink, so he stayed at the factory and he'd get a ball and he would just keep hitting the ball against the wall. He just kept doing that just to keep himself sane because he wanted to get money to pay the rent. Then the works foreman saw him and he said, have you ever thought about playing cricket? And cricket is like baseball. And my father said, no, I'm going to get you a trial with the Bears. Now, some of you Americans may not realize the Bears in England, it's like the Atlanta Braves, the New York Yankees, the LA Dodgers. You know, it's that kind of level. And my father went for the trial and he got in. And the newspaper headline said, Warwickshire Bears signed Jamaican immigrant. And a few weeks later, he scored 126 not out against Leicestershire, which is like, you know, home runs. They got a British passport and he became a local hero. The point I'm making is this was his unique selling point. That's all he had, a bat. He had nothing else. So I'm asking you, what is your unique selling point? Now, this is a great time. People are winning money. They're going to be mentored by Phil and Dom. But we have to understand that the journey that you're on is just as important as the prize that you're going to win later on and the mentoring we're going to get from these amazing people. These guys, Mo Farah was winning the Olympic 800 meters. He was an African refugee, illegal immigrant who was destitute, poor. There he is winning the Olympic 800 meters. But what you need to understand is, in the process, the training, getting up at 4 a.m. and just working hard and not giving up. Next one is Usain Bolt, who was born poor in Trenchtown, Jamaica. Again, no prospects, but his unique selling point was that he could run. He could run faster than anybody else. He went on to become the fastest man on earth. But he didn't just get out of bed and win the Olympic gold. He had to train every day, train Christmas Day. He had setbacks, lack of time, but he kept going. So when you see Mo Farah, who's an illegal immigrant, and you see Usain Bolt from poor Trenchtown, Jamaica, understand it's the journey that's important, not just the accolades. Yeah. So when you see these guys, remember it's the journey that counts. Some of you may not have won today. You may feel upset, rejected. I don't know, but it's the journey. Think, okay, a setback, but this is a setup for future success. Now these guys, football is big in England. It really is. You have reserve players who are millionaires. Some of these guys, all of them, Tony Adams, have mental health problems, alcohol problems. He beat them all to bring up the cup. He won the league and the cup. All of these, and I know all of them. All that guy, Tony Adams, came from very, very poor background. They had a lot of challenges. People kept telling them they couldn't make it. When I was born, I was put up for adoption, and I was told that, you're black, you'll never make it. I ended up going into the House of Lords, which is like the Senate. So when you see these pictures on television, please enjoy them. Realize the journey they went. You are the ambassadors of AI. You are going to find challenges. You're going to find that some people will like you, some people won't like you. You have to come through those challenges to get to that level where you're raising the cup and you're getting the millions. These guys didn't start off like that. They were playing on dirt tracks. They were playing in the parks where 2 people were watching them. They faced rejection after rejection. Pete Sampras, he's torn every ligament in his legs to get to that stage. Wimbledon, I don't know how many people have played tennis here. It's very genteel sport. We've got a Wimbledon fan here, but you will know. I mean, how old are you? I've got socks older than you. So anyway, I'm joking. But, you know, all these guys, this is where it's fantastic to get the accolades. The point I'm trying to make to you, it is the journey. Sometimes you'll find you'll make mistakes. You have to learn from those mistakes. One of the lessons of history is that we don't learn lessons from history, but we have to learn from our mistakes and think, well, okay, how could I have done that better? I could have included the Williams sisters here. Their father tried to get breaks for them to get into the tennis world. Mr. Williams was told, no, it's really a white world. 2 black girls will never become champions. And he proved them wrong. So again, yes, you're not actively in sport, but you are like athletes. You have to discipline yourself. What is your unique selling point? What are your goals? This isn't something that is just handed to you on a plate. When I came into the House of Lords, I got more death threats than accolades. So I had to make sure that I kept my eye on the prize. And if I made a mistake, I had to learn from that mistake. And I've been in the House of Lords now for 29 years. That's a long time. And I've come through. The other thing that I think you need to learn is this, that it's easier to make $1 than to make a difference. Anyone can make money. What difference are you making? So there are people coming up after you. Are you going to help them as well? You're going to get help from Phil and Dom. But the ones coming up after you, are you prepared to help them? That is the way that our nations can work together. There is only one race, the human race. Now, sports. Yep. So this is technology for you. It lets you down at the wrong time. So there we go. Good. Okay. Well, I don't think I can show the rest of the video, but that's really my story. That I was inspired by my father. He came from nothing. I came from nothing. This is a great day for you, but it's not only about the winners. I think I need to emphasize that. It's about the experience you've had today, the people you're meeting. And the point I made, I think, a couple of days ago, that each one of us has AI. It's called actual intelligence. So don't let the technology take over your brain, because we will always need human oversight in relation to all of this remarkable technology. AI will take away some of the boring clerical jobs. Blockchain will reduce the costs of doing things and hopefully bring solutions to everyday problems. But there will always be, in my opinion, the need for human oversight. So I want to ask you to give another round of applause to yourselves for being here. Now, there have been some great brothers in history, Cain and Abel, Jacob and Esau, Aaron and Moses, the Wright brothers who were aviators, and the Warner brothers who started Hollywood, but the Grant brothers, and here they are.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lord Taylor. I think those are the perfect words on which to close out this closing ceremony. Really inspired me even as well. This is really just the beginning. As Lord Taylor said, even if you didn't win, it's not a setback, it's an opportunity to set up. And I think those athletes are great inspirations for all of us. Growing up, I swam a lot at school, and one of my big inspirations was Michael Phelps. And the number of setbacks that guy had, everybody has been through things like that. And you'll face, even if you win as well, things along the journey that you'll need to get through. One of my favorite startups that came out of an ETA hackathon was a startup called Axel. A guy called Ash started that, dropped out of Harvard, went through to A16Z Crypto Startup School, was absolutely crushing it. By the end, both of his co-founders had left him, and he sat on the plane back, and I said, Ash, did you ever think about quitting? And did you think about just not going ahead with the project? He was like, no, I was just adamant. I knew that I was on something big. He raised a really great seed round and is building one of the coolest yield generating products right now. So go ahead, you can do any. I think, like Lord Taylor said as well, take inspiration from the football stars. And it is football, never call it soccer. We will see some of these projects turn into real, very big startups and very cool projects. And so we're going to announce the winners very shortly. And if you are one of the winners, you'll be coming up on stage. You'll get to take a photo with Lord Taylor as well and the checks that you have. So first up, we'll be announcing the winners of the Solana track. And if you are a winner, just make sure that, yeah, you come up just to the side of the stage, come up on stage when we will bring up the check for you. So I'll have a drum roll for third place. In third place for the Solana track is Team Rhythm. Team Rhythm, come right up. Congratulations on getting all the way here. Really?
Guys, so that's the first team announced. Team Rhythm, third place. They did not have a token, but maybe after this, they might. Who knows?
Congratulations. Next team is for $10,000. And that is, drum roll please.
I'm going to go back.
Team Snaker. Team Snaker, congratulations. Well done.
Can you go hold this up? Take a picture there. Let's stop it. I'm commentating. All right, we're just getting the mic sorted here. All right, the winners are being announced now, guys, and
well done, well done, well done.
We will let you know.
And before we announce the winners of the first place prize for $15,000, I want to say that if you were building for the Solana mobile track, we also, for the runners-up, have a special set of Solana phones. So again, another reason that you can come and find us just behind there. But also the Solana team were blown away by the project that they saw, and they wanted me to emphasize that they would really, really love to connect with you. So if you didn't already connect with them while they were here, I can make that connection for you.
Also
as well.
alpha there.
They want to support
Secret
getting
team
you
following
onto
up
the
with
Solana App
hackathon
Store,
winners.
onto the phone, helping to feature you. But I know that you'll want to know who won the $15,000 grand prize for the Solana mobile track. And a drum roll, please. This team was very, very, very impressive, I've got to say. And that goes to Team Parabola.
Parabola.
Well done. I can see he's taking a selfie before he goes up even.
Ah.
Well
So
done.
they, again, no token yet for Parabola. But they might have
Where are your
plans to
teammates?
tokenize after this, and we'll make sure we keep track of
You
that.
just take home the full prize then. Well done.
Well done.
And there's two other tracks, I believe, two other tracks to announce the winners.
And next up, we're going to announce the winners of the Coinbase and AWS track. Another really, really cool set.
Good question,
projects.
Satoshi. I'm
again,
not actually sure.
I said earlier that
I
when I
will-
was first building my first
we will
startup,
see.
I looked at the AWS portal and I was like, this thing is just a myriad of different products, so many different things here. And I didn't know that there were so many people really work. I mean, I knew that there were big people at AWS, but I didn't know that you could actually get support. So it's absolutely incredible. We have 5 places. We're going to invite up the first 3, and then we'll announce the final 2. So the final winners of the AWS Coinbase Agentic Commerce track. And I think some of these have a great chance at actually being the next products which scale to millions and millions of transactions. I think that we're going to see agents start to form a whole new economy that operates totally aside from the current system of commerce that we have. So very, very excited to see you all continue building these afterwards. 5th, 4th, and 3rd place, we have Team Council, Risk Lens, and Gigi. Congratulations. Come right up on stage.
Yeah, guys, look out for tokens. This is a good note. Ave, good call out. Remember, EZA is a permissionless launchpad. we have made sure on the stream on all the live recordings that I let the X handle of the founders who will announce if there's live token or not. Do not go ape into things that don't have any sort of verification. Oh, let's go! Yeah, I just interviewed them. They're great. Okay, I'm so glad. Wow, look at all these teams that we had on. Wow. Giggy, I think it was Giggy. They had a great product, really great user interface. It was good at attracting normal users that are familiar with Fiverr and whatnot to their
Second
product.
place has
So,
a name that just hits the nail on the head.
look at that,
Drum roll,
all
please.
smiles.
Second place prize, Team Agent Pay. Congratulations.
Hey, Agent Pay, let's go. All right, we had them on too. Way to go, guys. Again, Agent Pay didn't have a token yet, but they might be looking to tokenize post a win. So
Local
again,
team, right?
keep them only on their official socials, and you'll have to go back through the stream to know. I will. So Agent Pay is the current team that has won. And remember, guys, what they're building is
And the final
chatbots for
team
agents on
For the
small,
first
medium-sized
place
business
prize
websites.
of the AWS and Coinbase Agentic Commerce Track.
Here we
Winner
go.
is Dairy Price API X402. Congratulations.
X402. I think it was Dairy Price. We haven't had an interview with her, but we'll get an interview with her and see what her plans are post-win. And again, I more money to be handed out, so stay tuned. Again, I don't know. Well, we're trying our best. Sorry, but Praxis and some of the other, there's Lens. Just trying to keep track of the ones that have tokens as they come up. I'll shout it out if I remember correctly.
And that wraps up the EZA Consensus Hackathon of 2026. Well done, everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure having you with us this week. Dom and I have been absolutely thrilled
Okay, so
to
I
see all of your
guess
projects.
that
If
was
you want
all
the
the
prize,
winners.
Go head over to MCG.
Yeah.
The guys, they are featuring some of the top projects. The Coinbase team as well or CoinDesk team rather, will also be featuring some of your projects.
Okay.
The upcoming marketing, and we'll be writing articles about you guys.
Oh, thanks, Daddy Duster.
We've
Appreciate it.
allocated a further $100,000 at EZA to back the next project who we've met this weekend, or this week rather, and we are really, really excited to see you take your project to the next level. So congratulations, everyone, and a final round of applause for all of you, and of course for Lord Taylor for inspiring us all. Thank you, Lord Taylor.
Okay. So I think he mentioned there's another $100,000 that they're giving out. Dom, did I hear that correct? Yep. Okay. Well, guys, we're gonna get some clarity on that because I think there was 4 finalists announced. We retweeted it on the MCG account, so you know who those final 3 finalists are. But I didn't hear their names, so I think the final $100,000, I believe, is being allocated to those finalists, or I don't know. There's some sort of draw there, and it's all sent to one. But we're gonna get some clarity for you guys live as soon as we can. All right. All right, guys, we're going to sort out plan. So, all right, let me pull this up because this was retweeted. Okay. So just so you know, and we're going to get a little clarity. Those were the track winners. But here is what was also tweeted earlier.
Lord Taylor's got to come up front. Lisa, too.
And sorry, you're going to hear some background noise, just the nature of what we're doing with right now. Congratulations to
And
the
we can
team
also have
Fly
Rose
Praxis,
here at the front,
Chain
if
Lens,
you're
and Arthur Dow, who have made the finals of our EZA Consensus Hackathon.
Everyone's a winner.
Consensus 2024. Okay. I know. That's just the handle. This was tweeted actually just today at 4:33. So again, I'm not sure about those projects because all those projects have live tokens. And it seems they didn't give out 100K on stage. They gave out smaller increments to a number of teams that were in 3 different tracks, Seeker track, AWS, and I believe Coinbase. So we'll find out a little more information on this tweet here and get a little clarity if, you know, what happens to these teams and whatnot. So trust me, guys, I am definitely on it. And I might just pull Dom over to get our guy on the ground. Okay, guys, like I mentioned, De Niro Dom, as you know, De Niro Dom is always on top of it, and he's going to go get a little more information here on this specifically so you guys have that info handy. All right. I'm just going to set up because we're going to have some teams through. All right, just give me a second, guys. We will be back in 1 minute.
I'm gonna try to grab.
Yeah, okay. We're going to start grabbing some teams. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I'm just a little confused, and you know, Dom and Phil are busy. People are talking to them and asking them questions. So, but yeah, we'll get it sorted out here. I appreciate you, Abe. Man, honestly, just doing our best. Look, guys, I really like this format. I think it's really cool to be at a live hackathon with live tokens and projects to talk to and founders to talk to in real time. Not like, oh, recorded a talk and later, you know, post it. It's like, no, this is real time stuff. So, hey guys, bring that over here for a second. All right, the game has changed because look at that. Look at that. We got some winners here. We got some winners.
Here we go.
Second place right there.
Agent Pay, second place.
Agent Pay. So here we go. I'll remove this. Congrats, guys. So you got, what do you got? We got 15 hundo.
1,500.
15 hundo. Little win there for you guys.
Yeah, nice.
So
Pretty cool. You know, came to the consensus convention to walk around and have fun. And I guess we left with something, so that's a win.
All right, and I love showing the check on stream. So right with it. Whereabouts you guys from?
Arizona.
Arizona.
Yeah, we're from Scottsdale.
Nice. Well, this flights and pays for getting out here, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Well, good luck, guys. And if you have future plans, let us know, and we'll have you back on MCG.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so
All right.
much.
Yeah. Likewise. See you guys.
Thank you.
Congrats on the win, boys.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, yeah, congrats on the win, guys. Good stuff. Good stuff. Congrats. All right, guys. I love showing checks on stream. Yeah. Thanks, Daddy Duster. Always have to add the second half of your name. Yeah, there's the check in the background. MCG definitely did not win a check today. That's okay. We won the hearts and minds of all of our fans, our friends on stream. So to me, that's the most important. Yeah, guys. So those are the winners. Again, what was tweeted out in that tweet and that I showed on screen, and then what was announced on stage was different. So not really sure exactly, what the situation is, but we'll get some clarity over the coming day, whatnot. And it does. I'm just looking through the feed right now. It doesn't look like. Does not look like they have tweeted out the final information. So. So this, if you guys want to see this posted, I just retweeted it, was a little clip from the Praxis team that was pitching earlier. Again, using computer vision, kind of like an on-chain Palantir. But yeah. All right. I think. And I'm going to hang out with you guys for a second. I just want to make sure we're not missing anything here. Not missing anything. I just want to make sure that we're not missing any teams. And I'm going to get a nod from Dom first. Yeah, I'm going to say we are pretty much done stream for today. And anyways, if there's anything for us to follow up, guys, we will follow up for you so that you guys have all the information, of course. And yeah, we're going to keep doing these. We've gotten asked to do this again. And what would really help MCG out is if you enjoyed this format, go tag the EZA Kickstart account and just let them know that you enjoyed the MCG live commentary, because that's super helpful for us. So, and again, be very careful that the tokens, again, on EZA, it's a permissionless launchpad, and people have launched scam tokens in the past. So just be very careful. I tried in the interviews to kind of say, hey, this is the founder's X account in case it didn't have a project-based X account. So that you can follow that in case there is a follow-on token for anything that was talked about today. And so we'll get, we'll of course follow that and follow up. But excuse me, guys. Went down the wrong tube. Excuse me. Apologies for coughing in the mic there, but been talking all day. All right, guys, I think that's going to wrap us here at the EZA Hackathon. We're going to make a bunch of improvements for next time. Go follow MCG if you haven't. Go tell your friends about MCG because these are kind of cool and kind of fun. And like always, we'll have more coverage of future hackathons from now. So thanks for you, all 840 of you that tuned in. And hey, here's another team. Okay, we got some winners. All right, yeah, bring that check over here. $5,000. Look at this. We're showing checks on stream here. Guys, congratulations.
We're super, super excited. I don't know if you guys met Charles yet. He's our other teammate. He's right here.
Hey, Charles.
But yeah, here, I don't know if you guys have anything to say, but.
Yay. Yay.
Great.
He's very excited.
All right, $5,000. Are any future plans for Rhythm? Are we going to be building a business, or what's the next steps?
Well, hopefully we don't want to just abandon this project. We're very excited for it, and obviously this doesn't really exist yet, so we really do plan to continue this. You know, of course it's going to take some time, but we're excited to keep going forward.
All right, winners in the Solana Seeker track. Congratulations. You got your Seeker phones. Welcome to the Seeker family, I guess. Awesome. Thank you so much. And safe travels home as well.
Thank you. Same to you.
All right. Yes, thank you. All right, see you guys. Congrats. Look at that check. On the MCG Live, you'll see actual checks of people winning money for their businesses. So hopefully we can keep more of those coming. And the numbers go up. We want to see bigger hackathons, bigger prize pools, bigger projects. Definitely projects with live tokens. That's what all you guys want to hear about. Make sure we cover all the alpha. Okay, we have another winner. Awesome. Yes, bring that check on over here onto the stream. Please have a seat. Ah, yay. Can I maybe help hold it with you a little bit? All right, so we have a check here. This is the microphone. Yeah, do you want to just quickly introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hi, I'm Jen. I'm the co-founder and CTO of a company called Orbit. So we're building an invoice factoring platform with stablecoins.
Awesome.
So we basically connect small and medium-sized businesses that need fast working capital with investors who hold USD stablecoins and want a real-world yield.
Okay, so is it an online investment platform, kind of like an online VC fund? if you
No,
will?
that is my background and like my company. But for this hackathon, I'm building a very particular use case using X402
Got it.
for the Coinbase and AWS track. So I'm building a dairy pricing API for AI agents to be able to get good quality data faster and easier using wallet and X402 protocol.
Okay, so it's a data marketplace. When agents are paying or people are paying on the platform, what are they buying specific? A unique data point? Can you
Yes.
explain it a little more?
Yes, so I actually get this inspiration from one of our customer, Sneaky, and she is the founder of Gallivant Ice Cream. So it's a small business based in Texas. And she right now has to literally manually go to USDA government website to look through PDFs and find the dairy pricing data that she needs. Because for ice cream, you need milk and cream that goes into the ice cream. And that eats, the cost of those commodity would eat up her margin when produce the ice cream. So she really cares about those data, but she's not technical or doesn't have any data engineering background. But she used like ChatGPT or Claude a lot. So she's comfortable with using AI agents, just help her with doing stuff. But right now, when an AI agent, like if you ask ChatGPT, what is the price gonna be in the next 30 or 60 days, AI agent cannot reliably answer you because it doesn't have a good quality data source, and it doesn't know how to do forecasting or time series. Those are more like statistics, statistical background. So basically, we make an API that an AI agent can just call and pay, say, 1 cent for that good quality, good structured data. And say ChatGPT and Claude can use that good quality data and generate useful reports and recommendations very tailored for that small and medium-sized business.
Awesome.
Yeah, so
A quick,
hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Quick question. We're at the EasyA Hackathon. EasyA has a Kickstart Launchpad platform where founders are launching tokens for their businesses. Do you currently have one live yet or no?
No, not yet,
Okay.
but we are looking into it. Probably we can consider put the token on there just for people to participate and join the community, I guess.
Okay, and what is your X handle, just so people know the right source of information if you do decide to launch on EasyA Kickstart?
Oh, yeah, sure. So it's at @JenRun, my first name, last name, and _IO.
Okay, and we'll make sure Cade behind the camera gets those social handles correct. Very cool. Okay, and so if you do launch a token for this business, how do you see that playing into the ecosystem? Is it currently in its state as an idea coin? Do you see it playing a larger role in kind of the economics of the system? Any thoughts there?
Well, I feel like launching a coin with a company idea or a startup idea is interesting in the sense that you can kind of get people's perception about your idea. Like you can kind of cross source
Attention.
Yeah, attention in a sense. So you can, well, it is like a double-edged sword, right? So you can know what people think about you in a very like obvious way because people are trading the token. But on the downside, you may want to have certain direction or strategy. You may be swayed by people's emotions or whatever. So I feel like the founders need to have their kind of direction, the North Star, and they stick with it. And I feel like people can get in and bet in early on, and they can also maybe swing it in a different direction than what founder originally wanted to be. Yeah.
Well, you have MCG, which is this show, Easy A, and this show is backed by Meteor as well, which is the underlying trading infrastructure. There's a lot of infrastructure around to help you make the right decisions and whatever you decide. So that's really great. Maybe about the business itself, how do you see a data marketplace like you're building, or a task marketplace if you want to call it that, but how does that make money or how do you build an actual revenue business around that?
Yeah, sure, definitely. So, well, in the bigger context, for what Orbit does as invoice factoring, actually we do a lot of data analysis for different industries, like CPG industries, like ice cream shops. We need to know the macroeconomic data to be able to underwrite the invoice factoring that we issue. So that is actually a cost center for us because we need to hire engineers, do the data analysis, and all the work that put into it. But with X402, what we can do is to flip that cost center into a revenue stream because we already do the hard work, do the heavy lifting of clean the data and then make it readable for agent. And we can just sell the data access to other agents who are also interested in getting clean and structured data for, say, dairy price. I'm sure there's like a lot of opportunities to put this commodity data out there so that agents can get reliable and clean data and they can provide much more useful analysis for end users. So we're kind of like using the AWS approach because Amazon create the compute for themselves first, but they flip it into a revenue stream because they're treating compute as utility and we're treating data as utility. And I believe many companies out there, they can start to monetize their data. And then because AI agents are important economic player right now, and they have the ability to pay with wallet, so we can totally make it into a revenue stream with this mechanism. And we are already transacting on base mainnet, so we are doing it right now. Yeah.
Oh, you're on mainnet then.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Good for you guys. I think you won. I'm gonna pull this back up. You won here. There's a check at the table, guys. Yeah, maybe tell us what's your next step after this hackathon win here.
Yeah, sure. I wish we can just get this dollars in stable coins, USDC, so we can just use it on chain within the ecosystem.
Yeah.
So we'll probably
spoken like a true Web3 native.
Yeah, otherwise we have to on-ramp, off-ramp, and then all that.
We don't want banks. No banks out here.
Well, for small and medium-sized businesses, they still need ACH.
Absolutely.
It's still very important to bridge between on-chain and off-chain world. So I believe, well, in my opinion, the best technology are invisible. So end users may not even know what is under the hood, but they are getting the benefits of it. Just like nobody cares about how TCP/IP work. They just use internet. So yeah, that's we're just gonna put it back to our company and then provide more financing products for small and medium-sized businesses.
Awesome. You started working on this idea here today, in the last few days?
Well, Orbit itself, we started from last year. We actually participated in a Coinbase hackathon back in November. That's how we get into the ecosystem in the first place. But we didn't win anything back then. We just
but now you're winning.
Yeah, because I spent like 12 hours per day with Cloud Code every single day. Yeah, so get used to build with AI agents. And it's very interesting to, for the X402, that idea just like came out in the last couple of days. I watched a workshop from the head of engineering from Coinbase, and it was very cool to see that he can give a wallet to an AI agent, and AI agent can spend and get the data or whatever services they need. And provide like good insights for the end users. So I literally like start building yesterday, like 2 p.m. or something, and stay all the way up to 5 a.m. this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me and Dom also were up late, but we were hacking. We were, networking, let's say. Yeah. But no, congrats to you. Awesome. And yeah, I guess what would you like to leave everyone off with? Do you have a Project X handle, or is it just your personal right now?
People can go to orbit.co, so ORBBIT.co, so you can learn more about how it works, because we try to make it not like pure crypto, but regular people can understand what is happening. So you can refer to the website. Other than that, I just feel like now the AI and crypto are really converging, and we see, especially with the hackathon, the AI agent start to using stable coins like the blockchain. They are really converging. So I think that will be a multiplier, and who knows what's gonna be in the next like 5 years. Or something.
Awesome. Well, let us know. You can come back on MCG Live later. We stream Monday to Friday every day, and we've done 400 of these interviews. So we're really excited to follow your project. And yeah, let us know when you launch on EZA Kickstart. We'll cover it.
Sure.
Awesome. Good luck.
Yeah.
It's really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Thank you. One more time with the check. One more time with the check. Hold it up. Yay! There you go. See ya. All right, guys, there's another winner. Plans to do a token in the future. Actually saw her pitch. Really nice platform. She had a good eye for design. I know we didn't show it here on stream. Okay. All right, we got the boys back with a check here. All right, let's get okay. Wow, $10,000. That's amazing. Here's your mic. Okay, great. Remind me again what your product was.
So I am Manoj, and this is Viber.
Yeah, hi, I'm Vaibhav. So we built Snacker. So Snacker is an app to make healthy food choices. So if you go to a store and you find a product and you don't know what ingredients are healthy and what ingredients are not healthy for your health. So we built this app to know which food item is actually healthy. And we have one more problem where there are food data oracles which are missing data. So we can, through this app, we are building a decentralized network where every consumer is a contributor to this app. So if a product is not found, he can take a photo and submit it to the data oracle. And we have one more use.
Yeah, the another use case is the food habit challenge. If I want to eat healthy for next 20 days, I will stake some part of the tokens we are creating. And if we maintain 20 days streaks of eating healthy, we'll get that staking coins back. Otherwise, we lose it. So that kind of challenges to maintain healthy food consumption daily is what also is one of the main use cases we're working.
Awesome. And you mentioned a token. Have you launched yet on EZA Kickstart yet?
Currently, we are not yet launched on Kickstarter yet. We are looking for exploring into the Kickstarter here.
Okay.
Currently, we named it as Snack Token, but it's just
Snack Token. I like that.
So it's internal for now. It's on testnet. We are
on
looking
testnet.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, remember, this is very important because EZA Kickstart is a permissionless platform. If you do launch a token, if you do launch Snack Token as part of this product, what is an X handle that people can follow to know when that is going live?
Right. It would be snacker.org.
Okay, snacker.org.
Yeah, we don't have our Twitter handle yet, but
what is your personal Twitter handle?
Yeah, it's Viber, VAIBH, with 4 A's and 3 V's.
Okay.
Yeah.
4 A's, 3 B's. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so they helps people know who to follow when you do go live. Okay. So the Snacker token, when you do have that live, you're using it to incentivize people to put data on the platform, or just explain maybe the token system.
Right. Here, one main key use of Snack Token is since as an independent contributor, I just go to the store and contribute photos, right? But I don't get anything in return. So on Web3, we have this advantage where we can incentivize users with tokens. So that drives more traction to the product and the app as well. So we are incentivizing users where if they find a product which is not found in a FDA database, like US database, food database, so they get snack token to contribute the data to the FDA.
This is really interesting because even with toys, I have 2 young kids, and we get toys on Temu, not we, but mother-in-law gets toys on Temu to our house. And some of them are low quality. And I find one of the problem is I've seen videos on Instagram of they may be toxic. And there's not a real good way to, like with food, is to fill in those data points for consumers and incentivize people to take a picture of that toy or a food product, upload it and say, hey, this might be toxic. Or some of them can have measuring devices to measure the emissions of those toys or food. I think this is a big problem where we're getting a lot of imported things. The FDA and food safety and toy safety can't monitor it all, but it'd be great to have a platform where this data is uploaded and really can be monitored.
Yeah. And I just wanted to stress on one more tokenization use case. So there is another way to monetize snack. So if a user wants to explore all the features, he needs to pay. He can pay through the snack token, so we can burn the snack tokens within. So that's one utility we have within the tokenization system.
So there's a burn mechanism on the snack token when it is launched, guys.
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, guys, you won $10,000. Let's show that check up there. What are your next steps after this hackathon? What can people expect?
So we are planning to push this to Dap Store in Solana Seeker Mobile.
Yeah,
that's our major thing in our head. Want to add something?
And as I said, we also have challenges, right? So we are trying to partner with companies like Cold Foods or any product companies. They can provide few challenges in exchange of USDC. If they want their product to be listed on Snacker, listed in the sense the health score, everything. If it's not found in the US FDA, these people can participate in these challenges to contribute this data. Yeah.
Awesome. Anything else that we've missed, or do we have it? Have all the items here?
Yeah, we have complete picture.
Awesome. Great. Well, congratulations, guys. Show the 10K and good luck and safe travels home.
Yeah.
It's really nice to meet you, boys.
Thank you.
All right. Yes. Take care. 10K, guys. Look at that. That is the Solana Seeker track that those gentlemen won. There will be a Snacker token, but they have not released it yet. He did mention his X handle, so you'll have to go back in the stream to pinpoint that X handle. And of course, we'll make sure we capture that on any sort of clips for you guys. But again, token not launched yet, but will be coming as they build that out. I got my man Dom here. What's up, Dom?
Not much, man. It looks like it's wrapping up. Consensus is a ghost town now. The winners have come through, and I think, I don't know, Josh has been crushing for like this was chill as well, for a couple hours now. So Josh is ready to get the hell out of here. He's been ready to get the hell out of here for a minute. So we'll
yeah,
make his
guys,
wish come true.
I'm exhausted. And yeah, this week was a little bit of an abnormal week. You didn't get the 5 days like you normally do in the project interviews. But we will be back next week. I think Friday, tomorrow, we're going to take a day off. So there might be no stream tomorrow. And then we'll be back to a normal schedule next week. And we're going to do more of these guys because I think this is the right model. You know, hackathon, get an idea coin out there, especially for the winners. I think that there's really interesting dynamics that can happen with this. And it's not like any other hackathon we've seen where VCs are the ones that are judging and then getting the check into those projects after. In this case, ideally, with these early stage idea coins, enabled by EZA, enabled by Meteor, covered by MCG Live, we'll get those early idea tokens in front of you guys, and we'll just let you know who's winning and who's doing what. The main hackathon winners, guys, I'm still not sure on this. I really am not sure on this. Those are the winners that were announced on stage.
For like the track.
For the tracks itself. I don't know if there's a separate announcement, and I don't know if it's possible maybe just to grab Dom and Phil to wrap us up for 5 minutes. They're just right there. And maybe we can get a definitive answer here.
Otherwise, shout out Collector Crypt for sponsoring the
Yes. Shout out Easy A Kickstart, Collector Crit, shout out Trojan, shout out Meteora. You guys make this possible. So go use their products, guys, please. I know I ask all the time, but please use their products. I feel M. Lee from LFI in Sang mode coming in weeks. Man, where's Patrick Sang? I want Patrick Sang back in action as much as you guys do. We did see a drone company at the hackathon here with I forget the name of it. Let me see. PRX. So it was a team called Praxis. Let's see. I'm just kind of monitoring some socials. Yeah, we're gonna try and get Phil and Dom here to wrap us up. The absolute legends. Yeah, all right. They're just taking a moment, so. Yeah, man. Hanging out with Dom for a few days. How you doing?
Who's Dom hanging out with?
Hey? Oh my goodness. Dom's my co-host, and you
No
just
way.
walked by, and you're just Dom walking
You
by.
gotta check me out at the Miami Boss podcast.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Miami what? Sorry?
Miami Boss.
Oh, Miami Boss.
B-O-S-S.
Look at that. Miami Boss podcast. What do you podcast about?
Leadership in entrepreneurship.
Leadership and entrepreneurship. Oh, here, you want to say what up for 2 seconds? Here's a mic. All right, come on around. Come around. All right, so funny
That's
enough,
another
I'm talking
quick
about
interview.
a Dom, and here's another Dom walking by.
And I'm doing an interview right now. My son on the line.
He's got his son online.
All right, bye. I love you.
Miami Boss. What do you cover on Miami Boss?
So we do all things entrepreneurship, organizational change management, technology. I'm an OG in the game.
Okay.
I've been in tech 26 years, IBM, Accenture, and consulted a number of very large governmental clients. So yeah, we tend to focus on Miami, but we have a global look. We're in Davos, covering some private equity firms out there. And yeah, check us out. We're on YouTube. You can go to the YouTube channel, Miami Boss Podcast.
Awesome. And what are you doing at Consensus? What's your interest with crypto?
Well, it's interesting. So, I think it's still future for a lot of mainstream clients, even though you see, some of the big players getting in there, Merrill and Morgan Stanley. And I think that's maybe you're seeing probably still about 10% adoption right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we're far from mass adoption from the corporate stage.
Yeah. And guys, actually, there's a JP Morgan booth. JP Morgan Connexus right over here.
Yeah.
And I've been at Consensus for a few years. This is the first time I've seen JP Morgan here.
It's pretty incredible. Have you been following what Connex has done?
You know what?
I think it's 30 million. I forget the exact number, but it's a lot of millions on the first day.
Yeah, on the show we don't really follow the big commercial banks and what they're doing. We do follow a little bit of the crypto native banks like Galaxy Digital, who's the leading institutional player in the Web3 space, but not really the big kind of traditional banks coming in, maybe from a news flow standpoint. But you just mentioned 230 million in AUM on the first day.
Yeah.
In what, stablecoin AUM or?
I don't know exactly. I haven't, but that's kind of the headliner.
Okay, the headliner. All right,
So
interesting. Well,
don't quote me on that number, because it could be.
I got you. No, awesome. Well, anything else you want to leave the people with? What gets you excited about the Web3 space? What are you looking at?
Here's the thing. This is game changer for so many every industry.
Mhm.
Everywhere you go, agentic
Mhm.
AI. I mean, you're basically we've never had that before in the technology space. So for you to be able to create agents and have agents doing work alongside of humans, not humanoids, but humans, is a concept that is going to be completely change the game.
Yeah.
So it doesn't get rid of us yet, right?
No.
I mean,
I
I
hope
said
not.
yet, but to some capacity, you're seeing exponential productivity
Yeah.
if you're able to scale it right, and if you're able to get adoption right. People don't like change.
No, here's a specific example. I gotta have Dom and Phil on in 1 minute, but specific example. I run a business. I do 90% of my invoicing in stable coins. Every time I have to touch a normal bank with an invoice to a client or whatnot, it's the worst experience. Stable coins, send an invoice. Here's the wallet address to send. Just say USDC. Boom, it's in my account instantly. Everyone knows how to do business. It is a nightmare to work with bank accounts. I am done with it.
I agree with you. The problem is mass adoption, right?
Yeah.
The majority of mom and pops shops
You're
and around the
100%
world,
right.
they have not adopted that, right? The baby boomers have not adopted. So, hey, pleasure speaking with you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Hey, it was nice to meet you, Dom. Nice to meet you. I love this is my co-host, Dom.
All right.
The impromptu drop-in from Dom here. So, all right, guys. Dom and Phil are going to wrap us up. We'll get a couple questions in just on the format. I know some projects were announced on their X accounts, so we'll get just a little bit of clarity just on how it all panned out. Feedback from the show, and we'll do that in a minute here. But yeah, guys, what a day! 900, hit 900, not
this
bad.
guy over here is getting EZA tattooed on his arm right now as we speak.
Are we serious?
Yeah, we can put a camera on it here in a second.
Yeah, you know how you can do that is log in with your phone and go click the link and then show it with your phone. I'll add you to the stage.
Sure, we can
Seriously,
do
do that.
Let's
All right.
get the legends on themselves.
Okay, we're gonna cover the EZA tattoo situation in a minute, but hey, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, that insane, crazy.
You had a good day, Phil?
Oh, really good day. Am I in frame now? People can see?
Yeah, sorry. Let's so I've been totally just like going at it. All right, here, it's gotta be this way.
Let's go.
So
Hey, everyone.
all right, we got Dom back. All right, Dom and Phil.
Have you seen it? Have you seen the tattoo?
I haven't seen the tattoo. I'm gonna get my Dom on getting that on the screen. So join from the link, and we're gonna cover that. Funny enough, we'll pull it up in a minute. You guys announced some winners today. Wrapped up 3 days of hackathoning. Yeah, how do you guys feel? What do you feel like the next steps are for some of these teams? And yeah,
First of all, insane. The hackathon, we've had some incredibly smart people, like really, really smart from the world's biggest companies, from the world's smallest companies, even like just like across the board. And it comes at this crazy time where in the markets right now, from the outside, people look in and they're like, what's going on? Crypto's dead. But from the inside, the energy right now is insane. I haven't felt anything like this since even the last bull market. And just everything that has happened over the past couple of days at the hackathon here, and also the announcements that have been made in crypto are crazy. A16Z announcing their $2.2 billion fund, Horn $1 billion fund. I was just chatting with one of the other guys. There's about $6 billion worth of fresh dry powder that VCs are about to deploy.
yeah.
And the smart money knows that something's up. The smart money
And
knows
Phil,
that the builds are coming
when was
out.
the last time you saw JP Morgan Connexus at a crypto conference?
Crazy.
Never.
Right next
Here
to
they
here,
are.
we have Coinbase right there. We have Stripe as well, one of the biggest fintech companies in the world. Literally just behind us. People can probably see it in the background, but crazy.
Okay, so we do have the tattoo situation coming up here in a second. I might flash this real quick. This is a real live look, breaking news. A EZA tattoo is being applied here, which I think is really cool. If you guys don't mind, I'll throw that on screen. But I wanted to ask about this. You guys tweeted out here, Fly Praxis, Chain Lens, Arthur Labs DAO. Can you maybe just talk through how the final kind of voting happened and where did everything land out in terms of who the winners were and whatnot?
Yeah. So 3-day hackathon, people were just not sleeping this whole time. Red Bull, Monster Energy, espresso shots, pretty much everything. Today was Judgment Day. So at 12 o'clock today, people submitted their final projects. The judges deliberated and selected their finalists. So I believe that those projects that you just read out, they were all finalists. Yep. So
yeah, right here. Yes.
Yep. So those were all finalists. And then what happened was the Solana team, Coinbase team, the Amazon team all reviewed those projects,
Got it.
listened to the pitches, and I'm not sure if we have announced officially yet those teams. We'll be announcing them next, so afterwards. So I'm not going to give any spoilers yet. Stay tuned and follow EZA Kickstart to know which teams actually won. But that's what happened on stage, and then we just did the prize giving.
All right, guys. Well, you got to be following also MCG to get that alpha. But yes, okay. So more to come, maybe. And yeah, I mean, my mind is totally blanking here. If you want to add anything, Dom.
No, I'm just going to say the projects have been amazing. I mean, we've seen current projects pitched today at Consensus in front of the best, biggest investors in the world. And we also have a couple of new projects that have really shined today, and they'll be launching as well on Kickstart soon. So keep your eyes peeled. Definitely follow along, turn your notifications on. There are going to be some absolutely banger projects coming to light soon.
Yeah, can I touch on that real quick? EZA Kickstarter is really defining this category of these early idea tokens. Teams coming, have a little bit of idea. Let's put it into a marketplace where a community can kind of decide and look at and contribute to projects. Is that how you guys are thinking about these early launch tokens? And then, you know, they go out into the world and at some point they're, you know, executing on their business. Maybe speaking to the Launchpad specifically, how should founders think about the Launchpad specifically and kind of in their next steps? And we did a lot of hard work to make sure that everyone knew the right X accounts to follow to get the right information when those tokens may or may not go live.
Yeah, no, you guys have been doing an amazing job live vlogging it all and making it feel like, you know, everyone online is basically here with us. So thank you very much. Shout out to your team as well at MCG. But essentially, yeah, people should think about this as a launch pad for the next big thing. Essentially, it allows anyone to back these ideas, to back these founders, back these teams, and ultimately really sort of support them as they grow. People often forget that some of the biggest ideas, some of the most breakthrough ideas in tech started at hackathons, started at events just like these. You know, the like button at Facebook, for example, actually started at a hackathon and then grew into an amazing project. So did MetaMask, one of the biggest crypto wallets out there. So don't sleep on hackathons. Don't sleep on EZA Kickstart projects. They could be the next MetaMask and the next Palantir even. So definitely stay tuned. Keep an eye out. Research the teams. Do your diligence. Do your research. These are not your average people, so to speak.
No, and they're all well educated and very talented as well. That funnel, I think, is really important. We saw with Believe that we were attracting more that Web 2, Silicon Valley kind of startup type, and that got the community really excited because before that it was just meme coins or DeFi. This feels new. It feels fresh. Maybe your talent pipeline here to end us off. What gets you so excited about this talent pipeline, and how do you guys source the best talent?
Great question. I think to add to that as well, one of the reasons why that is so exciting is because it's what allows us and will allow us to attract capital from outside of crypto.
Yes.
Crypto right now, it's big, but it's still tiny compared to all the other capital that's out there. By having projects that aren't just totally crypto, that go beyond that, that can attract people who are beyond crypto itself, that's what we're really going for. And that's what's going to be exciting. So everybody who's here in Kickstart right now actually has a massive role that they can help to play in helping to support those founders and helping to attract new ones. I was just chatting actually with one of the founders who just launched on Kickstart a couple of days ago. And what he mentioned that was really, really cool is he said, you know, what I love about Kickstart is it's not just crypto projects. It's AI projects. It's robotics projects, drone projects. I mean,
defense
tech, like crazy.
Yeah.
So our pipeline is really second to none. Dom and I are on the road pretty much 24/7, connecting with the best founders in the world. And what we're working on really hard right now is to make sure that we get the best founders in the world all launching on Kickstart. And so that's what we're belt and braces gunning for right now. And everybody who is on Kickstart, who is watching this right now, who is following the journey, is very, 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 very early.
Yeah, MCG's done 400 interviews. We've seen a lot of founders, a lot of projects. Some of the standouts from today, Praxis, I really like, you know, these group of young guys. They have a physical drone. They show up with a physical drone. It's flying in the air. It's really going after something that, you know, the defense primes, they are raising from venture only. They are raising at huge valuations. People don't get really any exposure to these types of companies, yet they're the most in-demand companies today. So I think you guys are doing something really special here, and I'm a fan. And I will say, I was bringing my suit jacket from Toronto for you guys specifically, but it's just too hot out to run it. So next time MCG will be having their suit jacket on and matching the energy of you
Looking
guys,
forward
so.
to it. You guys look great anyway. So.
No, we
But yeah,
wanted
stay
it for our
tuned for
sponsors.
stay
so.
tuned for the winners announcement coming soon.
All right.
How much do we have to pay to get you guys getting easier tattoos on your forehead?
Infinite amount of money. I will never do that. But we love it. We do have you here. So shout out Easy A for helping
Awesome. Love
MCG get in here, as well as Collector Crypt, Trojan, and Meteor. Appreciate all the support. And the chat, guys, look at the chat, man. This chat was going crazy today with a bunch of people with questions.
Wow, love to see it.
Asking
Love to see
stuff.
it.
So the chat was super, super active. So
Well, I'll end on this then. Today we had the first person get an Easy A tattoo. I'm excited to see who will get the first Easy A Kickstart tattoo.
there we go.
Let's go.
There we go. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
See ya.
Well done. Lots of fun.
Glad we were able to do this. I know.
All right, guys. That was a lot of fun. That wraps up the Easy A hackathon. And guys, there might have been some alpha in what they just said. So go play it back, go watch it. They announced some 3-4 finalists right there. All have live tokens, and go follow Easy A Kickstart on X, because there might be some future announcements. So PureX times Solana Mobile was very impressive. As Dom says, use cases with Solana Mobile, they deserve to get retweeted. Absolutely. I mean, really cool to see a potential defense prime come through and do something, and especially something in a market that's hot, like what Palantir is doing, which is defense intelligence, real-time intelligence, doing stuff with drones. Really, really, really cool. MCG nonstop, 30+ interviews. Yeah, guys, I've been at it for 2 days. 3 days if you include Solana Accelerate. Projects was really fun and made me bullish on Easy A. I know, guys, Easy A is great, and it's cool because it's real people here. One of the things, looking back at the last kind of month or so, specifically with like platforms like Printer, what we saw is just a lot of anonymous launches, meme coin stuff. While it performed well at the beginning, we see that ecosystem has struggled to kind of get its footing back in lieu of their leader deciding to step away from that launch pad. So I really like this because these are real humans, real people we can pull on camera, have real conversations. You and me, I'm fired up despite it's 6:42 a.m. in Japan. Shout out Maru from Japan. As Dom said, I haven't got much sleep for 2 days with MCG, literally not sleep on Easy A. Yeah, I get it. Look, these markets, and we're not even in a bull market yet, guys. All this excitement at Consensus, everything you can see around behind me. I've been going to crypto conferences for 6 years now. I remember the bull markets of 2022 and what the environment was. It actually happened at Bitcoin Miami 2022 in this very building. There was rows of chairs filled up of people that were shouting Bitcoin, all this exciting, seeing Jordan Peterson speak and whatnot and talk about Bitcoin. There was a lot of action in here, rows of people. And that was really kind of indicative of what the top of a market looks like. Chill brought out some really good points earlier on the stream, so go watch Chill's segment. But here, you know what? At the bottom of the market, $2,000 ETH, 70 to 80K BTC, 85 to now $90 Solana, you're not seeing that fervor here. Really, it is people that are focused. It's not just the introductory builders. It's JP Morgan over here. We have obviously XRP. We had Galaxy Digital back there, OKX, a bunch of really, really large companies. These are companies that are making big, big investments. And so it's the beginning of seeing the commercial banks, the institutional investors stepping in and setting up booths and really, really doubling down. And I'm sure there's more, guys. Go look at the list of people who are showing up. But a cap stream there. Thank you all. MCG Live. Tell your friends. Get everyone to follow MCG. It's the greatest live stream on X. Shout out Meteor, Trojan, Collector Crypt, and Easy A Kickstart for supporting the show. And we'll see you on the next stream.